ethics, and I don't agree with the Western ethics. So we are writing a paper part, and now we are working on it. We have our own Asian ethics. Our Asian ethics are different from Western ethics. I sit on the National Ethics Council in Malaysia, in Singapore, advise the Singapore government on ethics, and I always fight with my committee members because I don't believe Western ethics, where autonomy overrides collective justice. Asian country, it is not about you. The family is more important. The community is more important than you. And so that's why Singapore was successful in their COVID. And this is what we're going to spend some time on, the validation and reliability of the outcome. Just as all of you have done the PhD, every paragraph, no citation, your supervisor is going to whack you. You should have no thoughts of your own until you reach chapter 4. Chapter 1 to 3 is everybody else's thoughts. Chapter 4, you can start thinking about writing your not so 4 is 5, under discussion. So the reliability and validity later will show you how we make sure what generative AI say is real and whether it's usable. Usability is important. What's the point? You learn something, what are the best places to eat kotu in Negombo? Who cares? Unless you're a foodie and all that. So it has to have a usability element to it. So prompting, so since most of you have ChatGPT, you all know what a prompt looks like. So this is what I want to summarize here. What is your initial statement of question? So is it a question? So there are various technical terms: chain of thought, skeleton of thought, single shot, zero shot, low shot, prompting. These are just terminology, but I'll just show you examples as we go along. All right? Your context, your intended output, tone, formality, specificity. So for those who have made the paid version, you can put in who you are. So in the settings column, you put in who you are. So I already put in exactly what. So everything it answers to my context, sometimes quite irritating. So I was working on a project on poverty eradication in Malaysia. And so, in terms of a medical educator and a hand surgeon, I said, what, pretty shut up, But so you have to switch it off. So and mine always answers in formal academic response. But sometimes when I'm writing a book that's a self-help book, so one of them, we just wrote a book, The Efficient Clinician, How to Be Productive as a healthcare provider. We changed the tonality to that of more conversational, more easy to understand. I won't go through that. So here's some example of a good prompt and a bad prompt. And it's pretty obvious. If you read that, you can see what a good prompt is. So good prompt is quite long to write. And one of my workshop participants said, wow, so much of work. I say, yeah. Just that it is not just write one thing. That's for the lay person. For you, I spend sometimes 15, 20 minutes to write the prompt. So I spend a fair bit of time writing the prompt. I write on a work document. I think about it. Because I know the subject matter. Sometimes I'll do a little bit of research before that to write the prompt. So the prompt becomes so powerful that my response is fantastic. But can somebody tell me, as you know by now, I'm quite a lazy fellow, right? I'm very lazy. How would if I didn't want to spend so much time on a prompt, what would I do? When you have to pay or you have to go somewhere else? Yeah, right. What would you do? Yeah, ask the generative AI to write the prompt. So that's how we did for one of our research. We used the reference GPT, ChatGPT 4 was our reference prompter. I gave it this is the one we presented last week in Spain. We asked it to write a standardized prompt. And it wrote a 3-paragraph prompt. And then we use that to the 2 engines so that it's a standardized prompt to get the response, and then we compare the response. And we use humans to do qualitative research to compare the response. But I wanted to check. So I took the response and put it back into GPT and said, mark this response. It marked for me. And it matched with the human assessment. So that's why I believe in generative AI. We've done quite a few of these, and it works well. So this is just an example. So you don't write things like this. This is what the layperson is going to do. This is what your politicians are going to do. But you write like this, so your response is better. So it is important that you, in your subject area, in your university, in your school, wherever you are from, need to know these elements. Identify who it is, what is it you want to know, and then you put in, you get your answers. So this is the most important slide for this morning's workshop. Keep reminding me of the time. Huh? I go overboard because we need to get down to the exercise. You must review that response. Just like in research, when you do any form of research, I have to validate any statement I make. We validate how? By citation. Even the guy's research is crap. That's what your supervisor wants, your examiner wants you to have citation because you cannot have any thoughts of your own. Only after your PhD, you can have thoughts of your own. So I wrote all my books after my PhD. So important is you check and see, because you are the subject matter expert, you can immediately look at it and say, this is nonsense. Or you can say, this makes sense, right? So that's the first loop. It's called a first human loop assessment of response from AI. You must always have a human loop. That is a requirement of the UNESCO for the use of generative AI. There must be a human loop in the validation of response. So you check for, is it relevant? Is it accurate? So this is where I call RI meets AI. What is RI? You know what AI is, right? Correct? So RI is? Huh? Anybody? What is RI? Yeah. So the real intelligence is, hopefully it's Ursula. You know, I hope it is me. So there's the other thing you must understand is, we are all clever people, you know, we're not stupid people, we're all clever. So we need that none of my production of work is not being validated by real intelligence. So you have a bachelor's degree, master's degree, a PhD, so you have real intelligence. So you go through, so you go through the context, sensitivity, and requirement. So why is sensitivity? AI got very strong guardrails. So I have used AI to write certain things where it told me I will not do it because this is not culturally correct. This has got issues of sensitivity. All I wanted was to get a picture of a South Asian female teacher teaching in the villages, sitting on a rock with a laptop, with children sitting around, you know, poor children. I used the word poor children to show how AI technology is going to eradicate the poverty. He refused to do it because he said poor children is a discriminative term. So you be careful of what you, let me tell you one more thing here. End of the day, whatever you take out of this workshop, and I put that in the disclaimer, I'm not responsible for it, and you put it in the public domain. That means you publish it, you put it on a blog, you are responsible. In Singapore, they will put you in jail. And I don't know whether do you have a fake news act here? Yeah. So the government will put you in jail if you have no validation for it. I mean, some of it you got validation, but for other reasons they put you in jail. But if for academia, when you publish it, you have to take that responsibility. If the editors are now going after people, admit that you have used generative AI. And most journals are accepting the fact that people are using generative AI, but you validated each one of them. All right, so you are responsible. Yes. Next slide. It's a good question. I'm a hand surgeon. I'm going around the world talking on AI. Who the hell are you to talk? So one of the workshops I ran, one of the head of school of artificial intelligence or something stood up and said, I'm very angry. You're a bloody hand surgeon. You come here and you're teaching me, you know, I'm an AI expert on how to use AI. I'm very sorry, madam. Was there anything wrong? I said, no, I learned so much from you. I just feel annoyed. I'm learning it from a hand surgeon. So that's what, when you have a PhD, you have ability to read. If I can read, I know what it is, but I also practice it. So I've used AI and I practice it. So I don't have a degree in AI, but I have a degree in thinking. Yeah? So how do you then do outside my subject matter? So I'm doing on poverty eradication. I'm talking about microfinance. I don't know anything about it, but I do a literature review. I publish it. I'm an expert now, isn't it? So you do a proper, and today, if you don't have a research topic, do a literature review. So this is the third time I'm sharing this slide. This is my concept on how we have evidence-based validation of generative AI prompt. This is nothing. It's simple. This is what you do when you do research. So the first thing, can we remove that bar? Can we get this to go away? So you have a response. You put in your prompt, you have a response. You do the first human loop validation of that response. This response, I think you got to like minimize it or pull it. Okay, yeah, that's great. So you review your AI output. That means that's a response that's come there. This one talks nonsense. But just because you think it's nonsense, and this is not directly your area, it's outside. Say you did something on thyroid disease, and you don't know much about thyroid disease, ask a friend, call a friend. Hey, you are a thyroid disease man. Huh? Do you think this makes sense? So you need to validate it. So you take the key terms out. You take that response. You can even ask the generative AI, give me the key terms in this response that you have just given me. It'll give you the key terms. Take the key terms and put them into a strategic search in your database. Google search, PubMed, EBSCO, whatever that you normally use for your research. And from there, you look at the literature that has come out. Later, I'll show you how you can use the key search with another AI that will do a literature screening for you. You select the articles that make sense, synthesize the evidence, and that you either corroborate or you contradict the GPT's response. I want you to sink this in. This is not published yet. This is what I worked out. This is a simplification of the evidence-based validation of your generative AI response. Any questions? You need to understand this very, very clearly. So all of you who have done a master's or PhD know when you're written, in a way, it is from there. For every statement you make, you need to validate. This is what you're doing. But you can use the generative. Yes, please. Yes. And then right. You're absolutely right. So hit the nail on the head. You can do that. Yes, you can do that. So that's coming. Afternoon. Don't make me run the workshop before. Ayo, you flex all just so impatient. Give me a chance, like striptease, bit by bit we take out a close. No need to take out everything. There's no point. There's no excitement in that. So this is the crucial. So we are turning things around the head. You're absolutely right. We are turning things upside down. That's how it becomes faster. That's how I can write a literature review in one day. I can write an article in 10 minutes. And that's what you're going to learn today. So these are the three platforms. This is just a simple checklist when you do anything. One, I just want to say, this is just kind of summary, very specific, your content and context, validation, usability. This, please. Whatever you're doing with your generative AI is going to the cloud. So if you give me your bank account and password, please don't put into them. Not only your bank account and password, your neighbor's wife's name. Also don't put into them. So this is not secure. So if you have invented something that is going to cure the whole process of Sri Lankan poverty and is being nominated for Nobel Prize and a patent, please don't put it inside. Because somebody may copy it. They say it's secure. They can say however secure. You will never put your password and username of your bank account into the phone, isn't it? You'll hide it somewhere. It's the same thing. So personal identifiable information should not be put into generative AI, your student's name. So I do mark my thesis using AI, but I will alter the thing so that they cannot identify it. I'll do paragraph by paragraph to give. So I do all my journal review articles. I do a lot of peer review articles. I'm now becoming a better reviewer with my generative AI. I'm giving better feedback for them to improve the paper. Recently, I gave somebody there and I gave him a long, normally I just say bad, reject. Now I give long because AI do for me. And 2 weeks ago, or no, 2 days ago, he sent back. They sent back, the editor sent to me. Beautiful, well written. I said, so much nicer. And then now they are going to put the peer reviewers' comments to improve the journal into the journal article. So I'm going to get credit for it. I'm the one who, I didn't write the paper, but I helped him improve the paper. So that's the citation you're going to get. Okay. So this is just an example. Oh yeah, I wanted to show the person. So those who don't have the paid version, 20 US is how many rupees? Lanka rupees. 500 rupees? No? 20 US. How much is it? Huh? 10,000? 7,000 rupees. How much is one Starbucks? The nice Starbucks coffee, the big one. Grande.
Coffee is not very popular here. So.
Tea. Okay, nice. Chai. Roughly how much is one Starbucks one? 2,000? 3,000? 1,000?
100 rupees.
100 rupees? No, Starbucks lah, not your coffee shop. Right. Starbucks lah. Go Starbucks in Sri Lanka, right? 1,000 rupees, right? So one Starbucks coffee, a tea is 1,000 rupees, and ChatGPT is 7,000 rupees a week, a month, right? A month. So stop drinking Starbucks for 7 days in a week. You can pay for your ChatGPT for 1 month. So every month, stop drinking. Ask your wife to put in the cafe and tiffin and take it to work. Because if you are not going to invest in your own development, why should the government bother? Stop complaining the government. The government you cannot change. They will carry on doing it. You can today change yourself. The only thing you have change and power over is your mind. Today you buy, because I own 99% of ChatGPT 4. So you buy your ChatGPT today. Because why? This is very important. I can customize my instruction. There is an opportunity for you to make money. Sam Altman has produced My GPT. Let me go back so you can see it. So there is this, underneath here, there's a My GPT. This is the old version, where I can create my own personalized. So I've done 14 my own GPT for academic writing, for academic review, for hand surgery, for nerve surgery, operative note writing, consent taking, informed consent taking. I've got ChatGPT for that. They are now on the market, but only paid people can use it. So there's an opportunity to make some money. But more important, I think, is for your own development. What are you getting for 7 cups of tea a month? You're getting a 24/7 multiple PhD housemaid who works 24/7. You pay, isn't it? Getting one housemaid to do your housework really will cost you 2,000, 4,000 rupees. Whereas this works with you 24/7. So I make it work until a few times I was banned. ChatGPT said, you've been on this for the last 10 hours, take a break, don't come back for 6 hours. Then I go to Gemini and use Gemini for 6 hours, then I come back. Because weekends I spend quite a lot of time. So worth the while to do that, and you get all of that. So this is a kind of a summary slide of the good and the bad of each one of them. But this changes, this is a bit old. This was when Gemini was just Gemini. Now Gemini is Gemini Advanced. So I haven't changed it yet. Gemini Advanced came in about 2 months ago. I think Gemini Advanced in certain areas outperforms GPT-4. But GPT-4 is a strict, serious generative machine. But you will see. So this kind of like summarize. So Copilot is a consumer product. Copilot is good for those of us who use Microsoft suite of products. So like university do what? Does all the university have Microsoft? Yeah, most all. So I don't know whether they pay for it, because you have to pay for it. So the other day I logged into APUs because they use Microsoft. I didn't attend a meeting, but the meeting was on Teams. The whole meeting was recorded. The transcript of the meeting was there. And when I logged on, I said, what did I miss? He told me, these are the things where your name was brought up. These are the things you haven't done. So that's already available now. Coming out to those who have paid Microsoft, Copilot sits on your OneDrive, on everything that you have, and he can answer you things, what to do and what not. So the productivity is phenomenal. Okay, hands-on session. Any questions? What I want you to do now is to open accounts for all three, right? You just get a free one, but those who think they're convinced by the end of the day, you can buy the paid version. You publish whatever you wrote, a research question, whatever they get, a topic that you want. I want you to just try all three now and tell me what you get. I'm not even telling, so you know the basics of prompting, make sure it's precise, concise, what it is you want, contextual, and show me what you got. So we'll do that for the next 10 minutes. I want you to try all three, and then I'll ask you to read out those who have done it. So find a relevant, ideally it should be the research question that you want to do some research on today, because then it will link to the next workshop, the next section, where you'll do a literature review, and then you start writing the introduction, the methods and all that. But at the end of the day, the whole paper should be drafted.
People are signing.
Any questions, comments, query?
Yeah, take a few minutes. We're going to take about 15 minutes to do this. Take your time. If you have difficulty signing it, no worries. Don't rush it, right? Don't rush it. Carefully. If you need to take a piece of paper and write down first what your thoughts before you put in the prompt, do that as well.
Too long?
No, it's okay.
You can ask your question. Yeah, just ChatGPT. This is too long.
Hello.
Give me the 10 cents version, please. Talk to it like you're talking to a person.
Does a QR code works? Takes you somewhere.
It's
There should be a Padlet that you can post your comment. Does it go there? Yeah.
See what you are thinking and people are
Actually, is the mic working or can I take it off? Is it working? Now, my voice is so loud. Doesn't need a mic.
Learn planning learn planning
If I
එමති එකක් අහන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ වට ඊළඟ lesson එකට ඕන දෙයක් plan එකක් හරි whatever you
something on the whiteboard, on the paper. You know?
Recording in progress.
Huh? So I'll put it there because the camera is there. And it'll be easy. Yeah, so it'll be easier. You can put it there. Yeah. That's not the camera. Later. If anybody is struggling, please call one of us. We will come along and have a look and give you some help. So you should have three, same question, put the same identical question to the three platforms. And I want you to tell me which one you prefer. What I suggest you open a Word document and just cut and paste things.
If your prompt is just one line, it may need some improvement.
When you choose Gemini, I think at the moment it's still free, the advanced. Choose the advanced version. You get a better response than the not so advanced version.
Creating a lesson plan or teaching, interacting teaching aids for education, right? So the context is you put this in before you start asking it is to tell the AI tool that you are a teaching and learning expert. So you're putting it in that frame. You are a teaching and learning expert. You have vast experience in teaching this topic. Okay. You are a teaching and learning expert. You have vast experience in this topic.
Yes.
Then you go into your own business. I am a teacher teaching year 3 undergraduate students. Undergraduate
Oh, you
students
went
who
for
are
business.
studying this degree.
Yeah. So you just put,
I want to create
Gemini and Google Gemini search engine.
on
To
this
see what you
topic.
get. Go up to the, yeah, put it here.
This topic, this lesson plan
Google Gemini.
must address once higher order thinking skills,
Yeah.
must address
Yeah.
universal design of learning,
Yeah.
must address
Uh,
this is a big thing.
Yeah.
The more
Yeah.
details you give it,
So the one that you want to go Gemini,
so let's just try this.
is it?
Okay? Let's
Check
see
it
if I
out,
can
yeah.
write it down on the screen. On
You
my
registered
screen
this one, okay. I would suggest that maybe don't use your university email because your university email has got a Google, Microsoft account. So you go straight to business. Use your personal email account because the one wants you to pay, I think. I'll just show you how mine works. So I've got a Google email account. You've seen it, right? So this is what I arrived on my account. And so I've chosen here Gemini Advanced. So you have the normal Gemini is this. And I've chosen Advanced. I'm not sure whether they already started for payment. So you should arrive at this. So it's gemini.google.com. And I suggest use the browser where you have logged in with a Gmail account. Because it works. I mean, this is what people are criticizing them because you have to have a Gmail account. Same with Copilot, it works better with you have a Outlook account. Yeah. So this is, then I just show you for those who haven't seen the paid version. So this is the paid version of my ChatGPT account. So if I flag, this is a new GPT. So this is a new conversation if I want to have. But I want to show you some of the things. It is, so these are my chatbot. So these are all the chatbots that I've created. So like this one is for orthopedic consent taking. So now if people use this, I'll get a small amount of money from OpenAI for this. So I'm using it for making my life easier. So I do have like things like clinical simulation, how to do clinical simulation for students to learn in medical education. You can create something similar. These are only paid people can do. And here is what I use quite regularly, medical report assistant. But this, it is not allowing me to be used publicly because there are some issues in terms of people may use it illegally. So this, I use it to write my reports very quickly. So here is where you go to the settings. So you put the settings here and you can put what are your various things that you want to do. So here's the customized ChatGPT. So these are only for the paid version. I'm not sure whether the free version you have. So when you customize the GPT, and here you see what I have written. So custom inside, what would you like to know about you? So I did a brief summary of my CV that I'm a medical educator because I wear so many hats. I'm a teacher, educator, I'm an instructional designer, I'm a surgeon, and I'm a researcher. So I put that all in so that the answer comes back very specific to me. And then the second part, customization is,
You get a response. This is the beginning. When you start a new
customize ChatGPT. One is that, and the other one is, how would you like ChatGPT to respond?
This is where the AI will never forget
Okay, yeah.
whatever you say.
Okay. Yeah, you
You can actually keep this there and go back to me 1 year later and pick up the conversation
Yeah.
like it never stopped.
need to share screen.
Even me and the wife don't have the MVP.
No, I don't mind. They can.
Something you have told me yesterday, I'll forget. Just told me yesterday. With this AI tool, you have that continuity. Yeah, continue asking questions. As long as it's within the same topic.
You have to use the Gmail account. Don't use the.
And write something. I want you to share it. I'm going to give you a link and
Ask them to use a Gmail account, private Gmail account. They can, okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. So what we gather is a lot of people are having problem with Gemini, partly because I think it's, like I said, you're using a university email. whether to do it. If not, we just focus on one. But I just wanted you to try all three to see what. But Copilot, do you know how many? Everybody have managed to use Copilot? Yeah. So Copilot, you cannot use Edge because it comes out quite nicely with Edge. Let me show you my Edge.
Now, my understanding is that on both sides, some people are having challenges logging into.
So this is the Edge browser. I'll open a new
because it automatically assumes that you have your Gmail address is your university address. So at this level, it doesn't matter. Just either use your
if you use Edge right on the top here,
or
that is
just
Copilot.
ChatGPT.
That is Copilot, or you just put Bing Chat on Google, you should come to this page. So this is Copilot page. So Copilot page looks something, let me make this bigger.
Coming from a man who uses Gemini, right? No, you
The
use
beauty of Copilot, compared to the other two, it would have a conversation with you.
At the same time,
Audio. Alright? I'll show you.
Advanced level.
We got the thing going.
Copilot for one. I like Claude. Claude is very polite.
What are the major challenges being faced by Sri Lanka in the recent times in terms of economy?
CLAUDE.
No, it's
Polite, right?
Oh, okay, I'll come back to that. The band, because normally it will come out in audio voice. But the bandwidth. See, actually, audio is working. Why am I not hearing the audio?
The number.
The audio is not coming out.
Sri Lanka.
Ah, yeah. Sorry, yeah. No.
Financial services because it did not have enough reserves of foreign currency to import anymore. Debt repayment. In May 2022, Sri Lanka failed to make an interest payment on its foreign debt for the first time in its history. This damaged its reputation with lenders, making it even harder to borrow.
Expand on the downfall of the tourism sector. So what I'm doing is, this is called chain of thought. It has given me a response and asking you to take one of the response and ask it to expand. And it's expanding. It should come out in audio, but I don't know why the audio is not coming out. Because Copilot gives you that. So I've used it. We are currently validating with one of my psychology colleagues, mental health counseling with Copilot. I'm very depressed, giving you answers and all. And we are now seeing whether the answers to specific questions are the human experts are looking at it to validate it. So this is how Copilot looks and works. So the advantage of Copilot is using ChatGPT for those who don't want to pay, you can use Copilot. But the quality of the outcome, Copilot summarizes a lot of it, doesn't give you the detail as ChatGPT 4 does. One of the things we are asking is universities should be paying you for this.
Very intelligent.
So some universities have already paid for all academic staff and students subscription.
Target market. There is a debate on which kind of tourists to target.
This is something that you need to talk to your, because it is $240 US per year. And this could be part of the
Despite these challenges, the trend has continued into 2023, with tourist arrivals totaling 904,318 from January to August, surpassing the entire year's arrivals in 2022. After a sharp decline in 2020 and 2021, tourism receipts saw a slight increase in 2022, reaching $136.30 million US.
So very strange, because I'm in Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan English has not been captured by AI. And I don't know whether it's a VPN. I'm getting an American voice. In Singapore, later I'll show you a video. In Singapore, I get a Singapore Chinese woman speaking. So it takes your IP address and it customizes the voice, AI voice, to that which you are familiar with. When I go to UK, I get a British voice. So that's just a... Okay, everybody happy with that? Any questions, queries? So you see the three. Which do you prefer? Have you done all three? Between the three, the better option. Can you just read the answer? You give a question, just speak loudly so everybody can hear. Can pass the mic to him?
online.
Education. And I asked if we want to do a research to apply AI to revise our curriculum kind of thing. What are the 3 research questions you provide us? So that
He's dirty, tricky fella.
Yeah.
I asked him to write a question. He's asking that fellow to write the question.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Why?
Yes. So then he gave a couple of options and please provide 3 main research questions.
Okay. What are the?
And he, yeah. So then he came up with long one. Then I write, okay, please write me summarized form of that with a simple formal English.
Okay.
So
So that's excellent. So I'm glad that he's speaking. That is called the chain of thought. And if you start going like that means he gives you broad, then you come down. That's the chain of thought. That means you go down to the smaller. Then there's a skeleton of thought. Give me a summary of the key factors or the research questions that are useful in Sri Lankan education. He'll give you, say, 5. Then you take one of those and you say, now expand this. So that's working on the skeleton of thought. Then you take the other one and you expand. So for book writing, that's a good idea. So one of the techniques I use for book writing, I know the subject matter. So I said, I'm writing a book on, so when we wrote a book on the efficient clinician, so it's also relevant to you, how to be an efficient academic. So I gave it the problem, this is what we do, we got family, my wife, these I have children, this whatever, all you put it in there. And said, write me some chapters for this book. Then he gives you some ideas, then you change it, and then you get the major chapters. Then you say, for each chapter, expand and give me some subheadings. So that is a skeleton of thought. Then so this is what we call chain of thought, skeleton of thought. These are the prompting strategies. Then there's zero shot prompting. Just tell me what are the research questions. That's a zero shot. You're not giving it any example. Single shot is given example. Example, what are the barriers to the integration of generative AI among high school students? That's one example. Like this, give me 5. That's a single shot. You can give it multiple shots. I mean, this is an example. Based on this, write me another 7 questions. You see what I'm doing? So what we have learned now is the different types of prompting.
Regular chat.
I think they're recording this whole session, so they will also go there. So I think that is important. So the gimmick for this is that there's one there and all 3. So we now go back. Anybody else have got some examples? You share. Sharing is caring. You accumulate merit. Like this. Can you mic to him, please? Good. Sharing is caring. You want to accumulate merit in the next slide. Please share.
So I tried the same question in all 3 platforms.
What is the question? This one you wrote or you asked the fellow to write? Like he cheated?
No, I asked the question.
Yeah, very good.
Actually, this is some paper that I have been trying to write for a long time, but I couldn't
Okay,
write.
5 o'clock. I want to see your first paper. Ready?
Yeah. So the question is on. I'm teaching data warehousing IT subjects.
Okay.
So on that sense, I asked a question: what are the techniques that can be used in teaching data warehouse to IT undergraduates, and how to evaluate student performance? Perform it with Bloom's taxonomy. So
That's the question, right?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay, I want somebody to criticize his question. This is a good question, very good question, but I have some concerns. Because you must also be kind to your maid. Clean the bedroom, clean the thing, wash the car. Clean the bedroom. Okay, yeah, okay. Now go and clean the study. So when you give it too much of stuff, your quality of the response definitely cannot handle it. Because it's too much of data processing. So that's my only critique. I would have said the topic, and then you say, my students are this. How would I prepare a curriculum first? and then the assessment, and then the learning. That you learn in the next class. They're teaching you about how to do. So learning design, we go through that. Learning outcomes, lesson plan, lesson activities, resource materials, content creation, all will be discussed there. We are selling each of our workshops. Tomorrow you better sign up for that one. So what is the response you got?
Yeah, so the outcome wise, ChatGPT gave me the best results. But as you correctly said before, the Copilot is sort of summarizing the content. But Copilot gives me the references to other places. So which helps me to go and read more. That's Gemini is between those two. So
Very good. So, see, I'm glad we did this exercise. You yourself can see which is. So what do I use? I use all three. So that's why I get a wide screen. You cannot work on a laptop. You do serious work, please buy a wide screen. I'm selling wide screen also. 34-inch curved screen, because you have three different tabs. One is for AI, one is the PDF you're reading, the third one is the Word document you're writing. So like that, your eyes are going like this. The laptop, you cannot do that. So that's very good. And the problem with the referencing is one, but I think later by today we will find our own reference. Because we go back to our model evidence-based validation. That's why we're going to give the academic rigor. Because Copilot referencing is not that hot. But Gemini, when you ask it to give a lesson, it will give you a reference. Gemini Advanced will give you the reference, and so far all the references have been correct. Because ChatGPT somehow, even in GPT-4, has given me one or two rubbish. Not accurate. Good, excellent. Okay. What am I doing next?
Can I ask a question on referencing?
Please.
So ChatGPT, I'm referring 3.5. So I mean, are they generate the references as well? Because I have seen, as you said, I have seen most of their references are not correct. Again, I'm referring to 3.5.
Yes. 3.5, all of them is hallucinations. So the word we call it is hallucination. So I do not know whether you saw there, when you saw the Copilot and Gemini, no, I think Gemini, no. Copilot gives you three buttons: broader, wide, and so that's called a temperature setting. So in generative AI, you have to set the temperature. Temperature 0 means that you only want it to give me exact, precise answers. If you are writing a love letter to your girlfriend, you use the one that is temperature 1. Let it go wild, become crazy. So tell you a little story. So last year was our 40th wedding anniversary. My wife, oh God, 40 years of you putting up with me and I putting up with her. So, you know, women always will say, you know, so he said, you forgot our anniversary. Say, what makes you think I forgot? No, you haven't bought me a present. I bought you a present. How do you know? You know, assumption is an assumption. Make an ass of you and me. So I have lazy fella. Use AI.
I wanted to give
So
you.
she's an artist. I mean, she's a doctor also, but she likes to do painting and all that. So I asked AI, I use Night Cafe Express to create an orchid on a lotus.
And the response.
Orchids cannot grow on water. It need to be, it's an aerial plant. Beautiful painting, lotus leaf orchid growing on the lotus. I framed it, gave it to her on her anniversary. I didn't know you were so romantic. 2 minutes. No, I spent hours doing this piece of work. So made her feel very guilty. I was very happy. Okay. So okay, we proceed. Okay. So now we come. So what we have done now is the basic skills. So competencies and literacy on how to have conversation with generative AI. Everybody is competent now. Correct? All okay, yeah? So now we're going to go to the real stuff. So this is what we're going to learn. So we're all familiar with it. Do I need to go through all this? You want me to go through? You know how to, huh? You know, you're familiar. Okay, so I won't go through. So you must have the introduction, method, results, and discussion. So that's the standard for the academic. This is for academic paper writing, but not thesis. Thesis is slightly different. So thesis, we won't go into that. Thesis, you need a lot more rigor and all this sort of. This one for quick publication into a journal. That's what we are going to do today is that. But we also run this as a post thesis people to use it. So you must, in the introduction, that's the kind of area that you need to cover. Introduce your topic. So if you are talking about education of integrating generative AI into the school curriculum, So that's the topic. So you're going to talk about generative AI, school curriculum, break it bit by bit, and start expanding on it. So that's how, then you put your citations. That's how you write. So later we'll see how you do that. But when you do think, you must have a problem. Your research must answer a research problem. So the ending of your introduction must have the aims of the study. So can you see, like this, set the stage for the research paper, begin with the broad context, narrow down to specific research problem, cover background information, significance of the research and the literature gap. So this is explaining, so what if you do your research? So significance of research is very important. That's what you're going to get grant, you're going to get people to accept the paper to be published because it is highly impactful. And ends with a clear statement of research. Can you tell me why are these important? Sorry. Why am I in the way? Yeah, okay. Can somebody tell me these little boxes, how would that be useful for you with generative AI? So this is what I call the anatomy of a academic paper. Anatomy, human anatomy. So these are the bones, these are the nerve, these are the blood vessel, this is the skin. So these are the steps. So how is this relevant to what we have just learned? Anybody?
You want to try and solve a strategy.
What have we learned this morning so far? I mean, coming with pertaining to generative AI. What is the topic we learned? How to
share this.
Prompting. This is your prompt. This is the prompt. So you start, don't go put all the whole thing there. Wash the toilet, wash the thing, wash the car, do all the marketing and what cannot. So you said, what is the role of generative AI in education? Then the second prompt is broaden from this broad context, narrow it down to Sri Lanka.
And then
these are the prompts that is telling you.
In the same chair, based on this.
So that's an important thing. So this is one of the ways how generative AI learns and answers you your needs. You understand? So one way is you can take a summary of a paper that is very similar to yours, that was done in Timbuktu, and say, use this paper and write me an introduction to my paper for students in Sri Lanka. You follow me? So these items here, so the methods, the results, and all this are the subheadings that provide the various skeleton of thought. Yeah? The skeleton of thought for your prompting strategy. Skeleton of thought. So in that book, Healthcare Promptology, I go through all that. So now you suddenly realize it is not just ask it the whole paper, right? A lot of work from your part. At least it's generally, they say minimum 70, maximum 90% reduction in effort to produce a paper before generative. Because now you can do it in 70 to 90%. There is some published data showing how fast generative AI do your academic writing. But you need to know these basics, which I assume that you know. So these are some of the tools that we're going to do. So we're going to do like almost like I'm going to demo, and I want you to write up. Yeah.
Reason I said I'm very proud of it because we have acted very Professor Apta is our director of digital learning hub where we are, and she's
GPT. So the question was, what is the currency of the 3.5 and 4? So 3.5, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't use 3.5, November 23, no? I think it's 23, 22.
40 years of experience.
So whereas the 3.4 is November 23. 23. So I think they will upgrade, so you get better. Whereas Gemini is current. Gemini is current. So Gemini goes to the internet and sucks out the data. Okay? So hopefully you have now decided on the question, because to make your day fruitful, because to me, I want you to be productive and efficient. That's the reason you're here today. 5 o'clock, if you don't have a draft paper, you're not going home. We are locking the doors, you're going to sit here until you finish. So, make use of these exercises as your homework. You're going to do your homework in class. Correct or not? Homework in class, flip classroom. This is what it is. So please choose your question. So if this is the research you're going to do, use this question into these engines and see what it is going to produce. Right? So we'll go to elicit. Let's try elicit first.
What do you have?
We go to elicit. If I share my screen, do share now, right? I don't have to
You can add things like ideology thinking, you can add things like you want this lesson to be engaging. I want this lesson to be engaging. If you really want the lesson to be so emotionally moved, the reference book to hear,
This is our latest book. Relative to this workshop. It's a book on how to, it's a textbook for today's workshop. So,
it will give you ideas. You tell it what you want, be as specific as you need to be.
what about elicit?
Yeah, so it looks good.
So mine is a paid version.
Most of the time,
So all my salary goes here, but because AI guy. So this is how you land in page. Everybody got this page? Elicit, you should land here. So I think there's some functionality is not as full as the paid version. So mine's a paid version, I show you. If we had money to buy two things,
when I want to do something different,
ChatGPT 4, I would suggest.
randomly ask me something different. Like
And the other one will be the next platform, not this one. This one is good. Some advantages. The other one is cheaper. I'm not cheaper, same price, but has got more functionalities. But these are all, every time I do, these slides were changed last night. Because evolution, everything is moving very fast. So things change. It will be outdated by tomorrow. Everybody reach here, right? Type your question into that. Your research question, please type it. We're going to do a literature review now. We don't break till 12:30, right? Or 12. Lunch is at 12. 12 or 12:30? Huh? 12. Okay. I don't have a question. What question shall I ask? Okay, I'm going to ask.
I requested
How can generative AI improve education
The GPT link
in low income?
What is the output? The top here.
Can I use the word poor countries nowadays? Huh?
And
It's not politically correct.
You need the whole thing, copy this link and then.
You don't have to worry about typing. So I am looking. How can generative AI be used in education in low-income countries?
You want to share your
And that's the speed,
something with someone.
less than 30 seconds. I have a synthesis of the top 8 papers.
Can
you see that?
What's happening with your students?
What have you got? Did you get it? Mine's a paid version, so it may not be the same as yours. Have you got something similar? What have you got? Not yet. Please try it, because this is going to be me, you, you know. So then you cannot complain and say, Dr. Y was so fast, it was useless.
However you want to. Or when you submit your answer, I want the link.
What was the question?
Then I know how you have engaged your thinking.
Yeah. You have to give it some
Not
background.
just copy my question.
So you must give it the background to register it. No? So you have to register.
We don't want that.
Don't worry. If you don't want to share anything to the internet, then you can't do real work. What did you get?
I'm trying to get this, so please you
I'm scared I'm going to trip and
I
fall.
don't think that there is engagement going on.
Yes. Yeah.
Last week, one of our actually sent me a Teams message with a screenshot. The question is urgent help.
So my friend Fahad will go and teach them how to do it without you detecting it.
Using ChatGPT.
That we do in the
How
afternoon.
the lecturer found out is
How to do
interesting.
plagiarism check.
Copy the student's answer. He went back to Google Bard.
So the question here is, we digress a little bit.
Did you write this?
Otherwise, I forget in my old age. What about students using this and submitting it as assignment? You're using it, so you think students cannot use, huh?
But only one time.
The idea is they learn. How they learn, I don't give it.
Did you write this?
So the question, they just cut and
It sounds like
paste.
something I could have written.
So that's why we teach them how to use it. So I learn different topics, like quantum theory. I don't know, not I know, but I needed to understand. I used ChatGPT to teach me. The ChatGPT is my personal tutor. And I said, I'm a 8-year-old boy. Teach me this, because to show how stupid you are, then you calm down. That's the only way I can understand complex topics. So later in the afternoon, this morning, we will see typeset has got certain things to check for plagiarism. It will check for AI detection. And then if it is, then you just paraphrase it and overcome that. So how do you know your student, the whole session has been cheating you by just let him submit. The assignment is good. You mark it, use AI to mark it also. You can ask AI to say, did you write this? You say, yes, it is. Then if you go back as students, right, I know you use AI. Sit down with here, close the book, tell me the 5 causes of low blood sugar in the diabetic patient. I mean, you didn't learn, huh? So there is where the Viva Voce is going to become one of the ways to validate students' education. All this paper validation is bullshit, which is we also know is not a good form. Multiple choice questions are not good form. That's it, the next workshop. Okay. You all have got something from here, right? So this is a summary. So I show you how I do it. Okay? I'm going to show you.
Just giving them a question and say, write a report is wrong. Because the report.
So we're going to open.
Previously, before ChatGPT came, if I wanted to cheat and get somebody to write a report, I will go to my. Every university has this person, right? Who will write for free. Yeah, you don't know.
Word document.
Know. Okay, I'll go to this guy.
Let's create a new Word document. Right. So I am now going to go here. Copy these. I have not even read it. I'm just copying. It's just a demo. So Control C. Right? Copy, right? Come back to my Word document. Don't Control V. If you Control V, I show you what happened. I get this. You see that background marking. Right? What you do is you paste without formatting. The last one. Everybody following me? Yeah? This one, the A. So nice and clean. But these references are not coded references. It is telling me it's APA. But this is not. So I am using Zotero. So this one has got no link. I don't get a Zotero marking on it. So I need to put the links later. So I need to get these 8 papers as a citation reference bibliography file. You following me or not? I'll show you now, okay? So this is, I've written, I mean, in simple terms, introduction done already, what? For my paper. Correct or not? I got to expand this, but we show you how to expand. Okay? So I'm combining 2 demos for afterwards. You have to do lunchtime. You got to come and do a lot of work. So this obviously is not doing any work. I'm just cutting and pasting. We need to expand on this. Then I'll read it and then you have to put in the additional citation. But it's a quickie is done. This you may not have it on your free version. But my version has. So it's already produced. So when you do literature review, systematic review, you need a synthesis table. Data extraction table is one of the procedures that you use for a literature review. You need to know what are the fields you're going to extract. So on the left-hand side, usually we have a title and the author's name on the left, the year publication on the left, the first column. The second column should be the title of the paper. The third column will be your main findings. So it is up to you, depending on what your research is. And always good to have an outcome. So here, it has given me, one is the paper details, which is the name of the author and the title of the paper. The second one is abstract summary, which is, I don't find it that useful. But if I click here, I can add columns. Right? Can you see that? I add columns. I like main findings. And immediately, the main findings are coming out here. This is the table that is being generated. Anything else do I want to add or not?
The beauty of the whole thing is the AI system does not get.
So if I'm doing a PhD, then I would want to see what theoretical framework they use. But yeah, okay. I like future research. So that is that you can get ideas to do research. How to get ideas? Go and look somebody else's paper on future research. The first thing you do it. Huh? Take the first idea and write it. So now, okay, let's say that's enough. So what do I have here? is these two main columns with all the papers on the other side. Now I go here, export as. You following me? So you know where it is, huh? Click on export. I don't know whether you have all three there. Do you see all that? I don't think you have. The free one don't have. Yeah. So this one is another reason to buy this. Ask the university to pay. So I am first going to do it as a bib file. So a bib file, you can open that file. It is a special file coded for citation software. So that has already been downloaded to my download. So I open my Zotero. Okay, so we have now collected that 8 references which we have now written the introduction to. You know where we are now, right? So I am going to open Zotero and I'm going to import, go to file. This will be different with Mendeley. So you have to follow whatever software you're using. So I'm going to import. So it is looking for a bibtex file, which I know where it is. It's in my download folder. Say next. And there it is. And I'm going to say next. Okay. Finish, sorry. So these are the 8 papers that have been imported from my LSA. Okay. Control A. I'm going to Control A. And for this is Zotero, right click, create bibliography from items. So I'm creating, I use APA format, all right? Because most educational research, I think they want APA format. I said it's all copy to clipboard. So this is dependent on your, I think Mendeley is also very similar, all right? So I've copied it to clipboard. I go back to my paper that I'm writing. Go to home, paste, merge formats. There you are. 3 minutes, paper is done. Obviously, the paper is not good enough, correct? So I need to put, I won't put a cite. So now these are proper citation in accordance to Zotero. So let us now put in the citation link so that we can write the paper proper for a journal. I will then change this in a while. So here is Kadarudin, right? So before Kadarudin, I just put my cursor there. You can see me, right? So I go to Zotero. So this is how Zotero works. Go to Zotero and I put add and edit citation. Say okay. And here I put Kadarudin, isn't it? Empowering education through generative AI. Press return. So this is now a proper coded citation. I can delete the other one. So this one is just a word without the code. So this one, if I click on it, sorry, you have to show that it is actually not just a word. So you can see there's a word update field. That means that it has got a field. So it's just not a word, it is a coded thing. Okay. Now, this is amateur stuff, correct? I just simply cutting and pasting. There's no intellect has gone in. I can read it, and then if I'm a subject matter expert, I can put in more things. I can take line by line and expand on it. But let me see how I can quickly use generative AI to write that paragraph for me. Okay? Rewrite the paragraph. How would you do? So I'll copy it. Let's try Gemini. Where's Gemini Ganeshan? Where's my Gemini going to? Yeah, there. So I normally will paste it here. And then, so I pasted what I got from Elicit into this. Everybody's following me this far, right? No problem, okay? Put a dash so that it knows that this is now so this is the context I'm giving. So this in prompting, I'm giving it the context. So now I give it the instruction. So I said, based my weakness is typing skills. Based on this, write an introduction to the subject matter for an academic journal. And the beauty of Gemini is you can even name the journal. Right? So I've given the context, I've given it as an introduction to a journal article. So it should know what the subheadings of an introduction should be. Let's see whether it does it or not. If I wanted to, I can put in the subheadings, all right? But I'm not going to, because I'm too lazy. If I get a bad response, then I'll put in the subheadings. Include in the subheadings, the topic, narrow it down to Sri Lanka and all that kind of thing we can put in. But let's do it without. Okay? There it goes. So it's also using the references appropriately. So getting slightly bigger introduction. All right. Now, we now roughly know where to place the citation because we already got the first one. Let me take this. This is, say, okay. Copy this. I'm going to GPT-4. I got 2 mates. Actually, I got 3 mates. Indonesian, Filipino, and Sri Lankan mate. I'll use all 3 of them. Sri Lankan cook my spring hopper. Indonesian make my nasi goreng. And also the Filipino will make some cakes. So let's go to my brand new, take another, a new chat GPT. I'm going to paste that. Based on this, write and so now I'm going to do some dirty stuff for an article on the topic in Sri Lanka. Contextualize here. Doing that, isn't it? Broad, we're going to bring it down. Let's see what ChatGPT does. This is a more decent article, huh? Yes, yes. So you have to separate, otherwise you get confused. It doesn't understand. So it's not human. No, human by just changing my voice, I can tell you what to do. So this one you have to just tell it. But actually sometimes even we don't. Now we're getting a pretty good introduction for an academic journal. Okay, let's see. So usually introduction for a small, simple paper, I would look at probably 300 to 500 words. Let's see what else. So I've copied that. And I'm not going to replace it. I'll keep this as my reference point because this is telling me which each statement is the correct reference, citation. So I want to keep this as a reference. I won't delete it. So I'll put underneath it, I will paste my new introduction, which is not bad actually. So that's almost covering 3/4 of a page. I've not read it. Now's the time to start reading it, expand it. So if I say, let's just show you what we do. So this one, what does it talk about? Adoption of generative AI, promising pathway. Okay. We're just talking about generative AI adoption. I go back to ChatGPT, paste that paragraph, and say, expand on this based on the accessibility to broadband in Sri Lanka. So now I'm asking it to do something more. So we're going back to that IMRAD framework and the subheadings. I'm taking one of the slides, I said, there, you give me some more. The problem with this is, whatever it gives me, I don't have a citation. So I will show you how to get that citation. So not bad. Because based on this morning, what we heard about Learn what is doing, let's see whether any papers on Learn. They all just sitting on their ass or they really publish any work or not. Let's check and see. So COVID-19 is coming out because he talked about COVID-19, they are 300 times more and all that. So that sounds good. So that's just that one paragraph I've got quite an extensive. Good enough to start working on a master's thesis on this topic, okay? So I will just cut and paste in case we lose connectivity. Let's see. So where would I place it? I would place it under that paragraph. So this one is going to be an extension of this, right? So I put it here. Okay, let's find something that I need citation. Accessibility of broadband internet in Sri Lanka. I need a citation for that, right? Correct? I copy that, Control C. Go back to our friend Elicit. I don't want to touch this person. No, you know why? Because I got some more thing to show. Let me go to Google Scholar. Let's go to. So we put that search term in Google Scholar. Sri Lanka. Look at it. What 2007? No, that's a lousy paper. So let's change it since 2020. Oh, this is a nice paper. Human Rights Brief. So we got that, but this one doesn't give my citation. Come on, let me take some just for quick one. Okay, this one is nice. Viduyada Journal. Okay, I've got this paper. So if I have got Zotero on my system, I'm sure Mendeley will be same. You see this is my Zotero inclusion referencing tab, correct? So it says there's save to Zotero. So I'm going to save this to Zotero. So now it's saving not the paper, but it's saving the citation coding, the meta tags to Zotero. So if I go to Zotero, this should be there. Who's the author? P. De Silva. And there you are. P. De Silva is here. Okay. So I go back to this paper now. This is how I write my papers. So I'll just say, hopefully the burger has talked about everything here. Example, so this whole paragraph I put there, that whole paragraph I'm going to cite De Silva. Zotero, citation, Silva. P, isn't it? P Silva. Is it De Silva or Silva? What? Silva. Ratnayaka. Ratnayaka is better. I got so many Silva. Ratna. Yep. So that's the journal. Silva is in. This is evidence-based validation of the response of a prompt. I'm going to stop for a while. Sync. You understand? I just used that one letter only. I didn't read the paper. I should make sure the whole paragraph is mentioned in the paper. That will do another software for that. But I just want you to now see how quickly you're writing this paper. So you take line by line of critical statements, find the reference through Google Scholar or whatever, and then collect it into the citation software and cite it. The next software we will work on will be on how we're going to go into depth of that single paper and summarize that paper. Okay. Yes, please.
this is like more.
He knows. He just finished his PhD thesis.
Now, in how research is done, how everything is done. It's a paradigm shift for all of this started out with going into the Library of Alexandria or some other library hundreds of years ago, and eventually coming up with YouTube, coming up with index cards. So we did this. We still went, saw paper, saw books, read through them, picked out what we wanted, synthesized that information, and and then wrote our one this paragraph, and then wrote that into paper. But what you're doing now is actually using computers for what they're for. You are doing this in the part. Even the correct part is technically technically. I hope I stay with
Yes, yeah.
come across as it's actually about finding the answer to a question. So you are asking the question, and who are deciding, okay, this is the answer that makes sense based on everything. Everything else you are dedicating to a computer, and that is how it should be. This is the paradigm shift that we are trying to often with. So this is your research, original to you, and this is actually in your head.
Yes, my question? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Do the same. Yeah. Do the summary. But yes, yes, yes. So absolutely, you hit the nail on the head. So why bother? Isn't it? You're saying, why should I bother writing a whole paper? Nobody's going to read my paper. They're going to read my summary. That is life. Yesterday we went for dinner and asked, how many of you can cook? You know, we just go and buy from outside. My mother will cook. That's a thing of convenience. But why? So if you look anthropologically, evolutionary biology, that's what humans have been doing. Humans get bored with repetitive tasks. What I've just done was repetitive tasks. So I tell you a thing, I mean, recently and many a times when I ran this workshop, about the first technology workshop I ran was about 11 years ago. And somebody in the audience, during coffee break, came with tears in her eyes. Where were you when I did my PhD? I said, what did I do? I had 223 citations. I typed one by one. So if you were stupid enough, I'm sorry. And not that the citation software was not there. She was not aware. Who do I blame? I blame the supervisor. Why the hell didn't the supervisor teach you to do something? I scrape coconuts, sitting on the coconuts.
Yeah, my question is, for example, my subject is very, very technical. So I'm a biotechnologist, and when the way you cut your plant will decide whether it's going to produce another plant or not. So if you use a scissors, for example, it will cut in a different way than if you use a scalpel blade, for example. So that kind of a very technical detail is important for someone to reproduce my research. So that kind of information is sometimes not even written in another paper, and it will be there in a very, very minute detail in somewhere in a thesis. Okay, so for example, I have such kind of a technique, but if I do it, it works, and everyone invites me to come over there and do it. And the thing is, even if they write the paper, they will probably not even include that, whether they used a scissors or a scalpel. It will tell like you cut the plant. So that will be the abstract that will that the Gen AI will grab. So my question is, how would that affect the actual technical part of the research? So the question is like, not that I understand it's not grabbing the abstract. My point is it is an algorithm looking for some information, right? My point is, if some technical details that are, those things are really important to reproduce that research is not generated or not grabbed by the algorithm in the writing part, that will not go to the next paper, right? So that is my question, like how, I mean, yes, even if I write an abstract on my research, this kind of a technical thing, the abstract will only consist of 250 words. And then the methodology, the complete methodology will not be there in the abstract. That will be in the methodology section. But my point is, if it is in one of the papers, let's say I have written 10 papers, and in one paper, I have included my detailed method, but thereafter I have referred to that method, but not given the details, right? For example, then, so my actual, like the point is, people will not be able to find it because we are looking through this kind of like very general kind of search. And how does the person, the researcher, understand that whether that information is grabbed or not, if it is a novel field?
Yeah, I think that's very important. I'm glad. I never, I be very serious and get on with the thing, but this is good distraction because it's going to help me. I reduce my time somewhere else because let's get this clear. So people who don't know, these are the idiots who run countries, who run policies in the world, trying to tell us about generative AI when they have not done this level of depth of detail. Today, you have gone into a depth of detail. This is the first formal program that you're going through how to do generative AI. Now you know it's not that easy. It needs intelligence. It needs real intelligence to get good output. It is not allowing a moron to write a paper and publish in Nature or in nuclear physics. It requires a certain amount of intelligence. What it is doing is, I don't know, to sit on the bloody scraper and scrape my coconut when I can just open a packet and put it into the curry. That's what I'm trying to say. Leave your creativity for idea generation, for methodology changes about how it's going to impact society. Okay, we need to carry on before. So now we have downloaded the bibliography from Elicit. We're back to Elicit. All right, everybody is clear? This one, you have to pay for it. You don't get to do this. I can download this table. So part of literature review, you need to have a table, summary of the key findings. So I'm going to download it as a CSV. So you probably can't, but I just want to demo to you. So it is open a CSV file. So I'm going to open that file. So it's an Excel file. So here's the main findings. I'm clicking on the main findings. Control C, I'm copying the text in the main findings. I'm going back to my document, which is this. I'll go to the bottom of my document because that's table format. Excel format is slightly different from Word. I need to clean that data before I put into my generative AI. I'm going to put it as just without format. Now I'm going to copy. So these are my main findings of the 8 papers. So in a literature review, you have to synthesize this. Read every one of them. By right, I should be reading this, but I'm just demoing here. So I Control C. All the all the findings from the 8 papers. I go back, where did I used ChatGPT just now, isn't it? Yeah, so I go back to ChatGPT and I say, synthesize these findings from the literature. So this is part of qualitative evidence synthesis. Because this is generative AI, we're not talking about quantitative. So quantitative is actually easier. Quantitative is just statistical, put the numbers in, even that can give you answers for things. So it is now actually written for me quite nicely. This GPT-4, okay? So it is synthesized. This has become my results of my literature review. But it's not very, very verbose. I would like a table, all right? Let's make a table. Rows, we want the themes as rows. So reproduce this as a table with the themes as the rows. There you are. A thematic table has been created. The paper is coming on quite nicely, isn't it? I can copy this now. So this is what we do in qualitative data analysis. We take the raw data, we do groups, and then from groups, we create teams. And how long did we take this? So though I didn't read all the paper, I have a summary of the paper I've read now. I'm better informed on this topic now. So I'm going to but there's a little bit of formatting there that needs to be changed. Instead of bullet, you get the BR thing. We just for sake, we just want to continue our paper writing. So go back here. So this is okay. So this one is the introduction. So I'm going to put here results. I'm just showing drafts. Okay, so it's done. We need a methodology, right? How do you do a methodology? Let's go back because ChatGPT now already remembers what nonsense I've been writing all this while. Let's go back to 12:30. It's not 12, huh? Okay, you break for lunch at 12:30. That's what I've been told. There's a lot of work that nips down the paper, but at least I'm getting a draft out. Can you see how quickly? It is all very standardized. I will need to tweak this with the terms. So I got a methodology section, very generic. So this needs to be cleaned up, but at least I got my draft out within 1.5 hours. And I need to now do a little bit more. I will introduce you, so I'll just cut and paste this. So these are the standard for a literature review. So we were going to cut this methodology and put it into the paper, and then we will look at the second platform that I want to show you. And then we'll break for lunch. You have 10-minute lunch, you come back and you start writing. Okay, only eat for a long time all. You all can lose a bit of weight. I'm just going to quickly cut this. So all this needs to be looked at a fine-tooth comb over probably 3 to 4 hours. So it justifies the work you did to write a review. So this is it. Methodology, isn't it? Go up above here. Okay, so that's coming along, not bad, 2,000 over words. We haven't gone to discussion. Okay, let's do the discussion and finish it off. Shall we? So write the discussion. So I'm going to ask it. It remembers everything that I've written. So what I'm going to write a discussion section. Let's put it for a journal article based on these findings. You don't need to be accurate or no need to be polite. No, this fellow is not a human. It's just findings. And I want to contextualize. What should I add to my prompt? So I'm asking if you have followed me. We're talking about generative AI in education. So I said, write a discussion section for a journal article based on these findings. And I want to be specific because what our topic was generative AI where? In education, right? So let's put in and contextualize it to high school education where? In Sri Lanka. So I can submit to the Minister of Education already, concept paper based on the literature. In principle, you need to add a little bit more to it. But it is now contextualizing it to Sri Lanka for me. I need to put some evidence into that. I need to cite that. So I'm going to take line by line of this suggestion, do a Google search, go to PubMed or Scholastic or wherever, find some references, put it, and then a paper is done, not a conclusion also. Conclusion not mandatory, but it's nice to conclude it. So let's put that in. And so a 3,000 word paper is most likely going to be ready already. This I'm just talking about quickies, but you need to now, add a little bit more citations to it. So let's go back here. Okay. We have about 2,600 words. We remove the main finding. Let's look at the other column. Maybe we can add some more there. We had main findings and future research, right? We had a column future research, remember? So I'm going to copy that future research and see whether we can get some more thing to do future research. No, I need to paste it here first. So this is data cleaning because of the nature of to summarize this as future research on this subject. So again, taking that anatomy. So we are doing a skeleton of thought. So one skeleton, we take it out and ask it to fill with the muscles. So future research. Making all sense to me. As an educator, I can say this is all making sense. Can anybody want to ask ChatGPT for something more pragmatic and practical based on this paper? Ask me a prompt and let's see whether ChatGPT will give us. So what? Isn't it? So what? What prompt would you put into? This is nothing to do with prompting also. This is just basically, as a supervisor, if this is what your PhD student has written, you're going to ask, yeah, all this is very nice. What? So we had main findings, we have future research. What's the most important part of a research? Give me an idea, guys. It must have impact on people, isn't it? Right? What is the impact? What is the implication of this research in real life? So we've got this. So let's go back and ask. This is summary of the future research, right? This summary of future research. What is the impact of this for Sri Lanka and give action steps? So some of this is very generic answer. You need to contextualize it and customize it based on the knowledge in Sri Lanka. This is where Gemini may be helpful. I may cut paragraphs of this and put into Gemini and say, can you expand this and contextualize it to Sri Lanka? It will give me much richer, latest data from Sri Lanka. I wouldn't take newspaper cuttings. So if you're going to put like a concept paper and all, so this is quite good. So you can see where Learn comes in, foster public-private partnerships, so that's where Learn can come in. So these can be used for multiple stakeholders to use this, all right? So let me just let's try and see. Let's take this one. Invest in digital infrastructure. See what Gemini said. Gemini, so we did, eh? Yeah, okay. Can you contextualize this to Sri Lanka? So I've taken that one paragraph on investing in digital infrastructure. It has given somebody's reference. Very interesting. Oh, this was earlier because we gave it something earlier. You need to validate it. So it gives you something that is more specific, but which may push you to go and research a little bit more. So I'm not going to cut and paste, but you can see this is now 3,500 words of paper is kind of written. And this now has to be gone line by line. You start, so you didn't have to write, you're now editing. Major edits. That's your real job coming in, adding value to the paper. Which, as Fahad mentioned, this would have taken 3, 4, 5 weeks of work to reach this amount of data. Now you're just marking it in a way, that's what you're doing. And you can even take sections of it, put it back and say, rewrite this in whatever, with additional prompts and changes that you need. Questions, query, before I move on to that. One more platform. Anything? Yeah. If you are ready? Are you ready? Okay. I'll take you to one more, quite similar to Elicit. So it's typeset.io. So this is where you can put in your full papers. I'll just take an example of, so there's the search function. Okay, let's do the same thing here. What was the question we did? Roll of, so it summarizes 5 papers only, but it gives you 10 papers. It gives you 10, the top 5 papers it will summarize. So you get 10 papers there. As you can see, you got 10 papers. This is also got a paid and a free version. So this is top 5. And you can export, same thing, CSV, all these things. So very similar, but you get slightly more papers. But I'm not so interested in that much. I'll just go to one of my library pieces and let me see. So look at it here. Where am I looking there? Okay, let me just go to one of my library. That I've got some so yes, one of the works that we did, diabetic amputations. Okay. So if I got a PDF here, and look at the PDF. So this has taken the whole PDF of the whole paper here. So I got one paper here, and then I'm going to use AI to interrogate this paper. Okay. Let me say what I want to do is explain the extract. This is a pre, he's got his own prompt. Explain the extract in 2 lines. If you notice, I have both general question and specific questions. Only the premium account has specific questions. Specific question will be scissors and scalpel if it is in that paper. You can ask on that. So he's now trying to explain the extract in 2 lines for me, which is quite good, which can be an introduction to the paper in the citation section. Okay. So there you are. This study, contralateral C7, whatever. I mean, don't worry about that. That's the summary. Now, I got 13 more questions I can ask it. Methods used, what data, so you're interrogating this. Or I can write my own. So this is specific for this paper, the question. What was the surgical technique used? So I'm going to ask it. So I didn't read it, I don't read it. I just want to read that. Because my interest is what's the surgical technique, the methodology. long paper, so it's reading. So if you had money, if you get $50 to spend, this is 12 US a month. So this is 12 US a month, and ChatGPT is 20, so it's 32 US a month. I think these two is sufficient for you to become prolific. Is a promotion to associate professor based on publication? Yeah. So if you want to be promoted, the salary will get more. So it's worth the while. Invest it, right? Yeah. So no. So it's a good question. So these were some of them, because of the paywall, blocks you from getting the full paper. Yes. Yes. So it's a very good question he's asking, in the sense that if the PDF, the original version, is not available to you, only got an abstract, and would ChatGPT have information of that background? How many research is absolutely novel? Less than 1%. 99% is based on somebody else's research and is adding it or negating it. So the volume of data set is there so much that it doesn't matter. But for your precision that you need the full paper. So if you don't have a PDF of the paper for typeset, then it cannot, you won't get it. So Elicit may just work on the abstract. So to the earlier question, we just don't want the extract, you want the proper. So the papers that you are very sure that you need to include into your research, you need to get the full paper. And as a university, you can find the full paper. So you need to drag. So this platform not only searches on the internet, you can upload the 10 PDFs that you have already found from your librarian who has got all the papers for you. So, and then you interrogate them. So I'm just going to show you a few other things that this is 12:15, right? Yeah, I just demo this, then you'll go for lunch and come back and start writing a paper. By 4 o'clock, it must be finished. Okay? Okay, let me take this section that it has summarized from that paper, right? This paragraph. I'm going to this. So what you see here is the library, a notebook. You can do a literature review just now, like what we did. I want to see how much of that is AI written. So I'm going to this. So the section here is called AI detector. Click on that, it opens. This is a previous work I did. So I'm going to remove all that and paste this, which was generated as a summary by this software, right? You're following me? So here is how I'm going to detect. So I'm going to ask it to analyze, reanalyze. And it says 0% AI detected. So which is, I'm ready to put this into my paper. So it has also got, it has got a paraphraser. Let's find, okay, let's take something from here. Let's take our introduction. That we are worried it may be plagiarism, or not so much plagiarism, but it may be, let's take not the introduction. Let's take all of this and ask it to paraphrase it. So this is from our paper that we are already writing. So I've taken 3 paragraphs from it. I'm asking it to paraphrase it. So this is how you overcome plagiarism. That if you are taking chunks from it, and it will analyze. So it has gone line by line and rewritten. So if you had found high detection rate of AI detection is different plagiarism, and that's where you need to also use Grammarly. So the fastest way, I use Grammarly, the paid version. Grammarly will immediately check for plagiarism, paragraph by paragraph. So if you find you got a high, more than 30% plagiarism in your paragraph, take that paragraph up, come here, dump it here, and paraphrase it. So auto-paraphrase it. You following what I'm saying now? So that is the beauty of this software, this thing, SciSpace, which I quite like. So my advice is $32 a month you need to now save. Don't drink coffee, don't drink tea, no need to have chicken every week, Once a month, chicken is enough. Vegetarian, save some money. And then also save your soul, next life. You don't kill animals. And buy these two software. All of which I have shares in. No, they are okay. They're not perfect. They're not perfect. And that's why you are here. If they were perfect, I get rid of you. So in my other workshop, my opening slide is, will AI replace you? Correct. AI will never replace you. Who will replace you? Someone who knows AI will replace you. So your colleague, all of you who have come here for the course are going to replace your head of department. Because you have your own subject matter, plus you have AI. He only got subject matter. So he can nowhere compete. That's one. So what you have gained from here is you are now a much more powerful, you got a new engine. A 600cc Suzuki, it now has got a 3-liter engine. You are ready to rule the world. So your productivity, so it depends whatever your motivation are, whatever your motivation is. So if you want that associate professor, you want to become professor. I know in National University of Singapore, associate professor is 75 papers in journals more than level 2 or something, or tier 1 journals. For full professor is 150, So this is the time for you to start publishing. And publishing is not difficult. It's just tell a story of what you are doing in your daily practice. Just tell a story. Who are you teaching? Who are you training? What is the area you're working on? And putting the rigor to it. And now you've gone through that rigor, you're ready to start writing. Questions? Questions, comments? Because what I suggest now is quick lunch. 10 minutes is enough, isn't it? Okay, 20 minutes. Drink the coffee, go toilet, everything. Come back here, bring your coffee and tea, sit here, and start writing a literature review and an article based on whatever. If you're already going to, you've got some data, you want to start writing the paper, go ahead. So use all these tools to the best of your ability and start writing a manuscript. That's what we're going to do. Then we at least do the introduction, and then maybe at 2 o'clock we start writing literature review, and then a methodology. And by the end of the day, we can conclude with the discussion. Okay? Lunch is ready, Pat? Yes. So this is a very, it's a good question. How this helps if I already collected data and all that, isn't it? Oh, very important. So if I'm, you want to just use the mic so that everyone, okay. So you want to know is how would it now affect my future projects, the future research based on this? I would ask you to design the research for me. The important thing is the question. Without a question, you cannot proceed to do the research. You must know what you want. You can't simply collect data. Okay, that's where you get corrupt data. The data that is polluted is difficult to make inferences. And a lot of people have come to me and said, boss, can you write a paper for me based on this? I said, this data is so dirty. If the data is so dirty, it's unstructured data that is impossible to write, then you might as well collect new data. It's faster. So your methodology is dependent on your research question. Your research question is dependent on a problem. So you don't have a real problem. Your problem is not well defined. Your research question not well defined. Your methodology is wrong. Everything down the chain is going to be wrong. So it is very important. So if you're going to think of writing a paper in the afternoon or start a research project, think of the question. If you don't know the question, put the question like what you did, put the question there and ask ChatGPT to come up with a good question. And keep asking until you are happy with that question. Take that question, say, now I have decided on this question. Tell me how to write the introduction. And that's how you go through the chain of thought, I mean, the skeleton of thought, line by line, and you're going to start writing a paper. Then if ChatGPT wrote that section, you now need to validate it. Then sentence and topic by topic, sequence by sequence, take it, find the journal, cite it. Find the journal, cite it. Then you're becoming an evidence-based introduction. And then you can ask it based, afternoon I just touch a little bit about my methodology. Based on this study, what is the methodology should I use? Based on this research question, what kind of methodology? Look at it. The other thing you can do is find a landmark paper. There's a fantastic paper studying this and there's a good methodology. Copy that methodology from that paper, put it into ChatGPT. Based on this paper, which is a landmark paper, write me a methodology for Sri Lanka in Paradenia, in this village, with these students, and this. So that kind of specificity, it will come up with the methodology. So if it's a research proposal, that you're going to conduct a research proposal that you want to do as a PhD or whatever, then you say it's a research proposal. You will write the proposal, then you're happy with the proposal, then you say, now convert this to a protocol. Then you write a research protocol. You write the patient info or the participant information sheet, the consent form, informed consent form, everything will be there. And then you can even ask it to write the ethical application. So if you have the ethics application as a form, put it inside there and say, fill up this form for me based on my university for the research that you have helped me write the protocol. It'll fill it up. Not fill it up, it'll give you all the sections. You can cut and paste into your form. That's why it's 90% faster than what you were doing before. But anything to, are we ready to go? Is the lunch? Lunch is ready? Ready. So converse during lunch, have your lunch, come back whenever lah. You all will complain and say that fellow only gave me 10 minutes for lunch. I'm dying of gastritis or whatever. Go eat. Shall we come back by 1 o'clock? Yeah, 1 o'clock can we be here? Okay. I will give you the bag of books. No, okay. Now, goes to here. There.
There are two reasons. Number one is I want just data.
Yeah. But catch John and I won't. This is in team.
No, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
But this is, I think, John.
But he should. Yeah. Just to edit it, and then your one question is too far. But keep the same one, very easy. I don't. Yeah. Lunch, guys. Go. 1 o'clock, come back. Oh, you don't want to eat lunch? We carry on. No. I need to eat. Come. Go. The reason for publication, why AI for academic writing, is so that we have story to tell people. So why bother with storytelling? Okay. So why bother with storytelling? I told you I have got this YouTube channel. It's called Hand Surgery International. This channel is mainly for hand surgery, teaching surgeons how to do hand surgery, plus also a little bit of education, little bit on instructional design and AI. There's some of my materials there. So about 8-9 years ago, to maintain a YouTube channel, this was before the days of generative AI, just to give you a hand, I think you will learn that in learning design workshop. 1 minute of a video takes 1 hour of production time. That's how much. So a 10-minute video is 100 hours have been spent producing it. So my wife was nagging me, why are you wasting your time? Do something, let's go shopping. I said, I don't want to go shopping. So I was going to give up maintaining the website. I mean, the YouTube channel. And I received a letter from this young doctor from Zimbabwe. He wrote to me and said, sir, I am a doctor working in a village. I'm the only doctor with some surgical experience. This man came with an injury where all his 8 tendons in the 4 fingers, each finger has got 2 tendons to bend your finger. All 8 has been cut. And I don't know what to do. So I watched your video. I operated on that fellow. And then this is 2 months later, he's moving like that. I said, bloody hell, this is better than mine. Mine will move like that only. His is moving like this. So suddenly it dawned upon me, what I did there has impacted somebody's life. And he's the only one who wrote back to me and told me that. So when you publish the story you have to tell, you don't know who you are affecting. You're putting to the body of knowledge into the universe that others may benefit. So that is the reason. Remember, we are here to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings. By reading your paper, somebody in Zimbabwe may then write something about that, use your methodology and find a solution to solve the poor people's problem there. So that's the reason for writing. Thank you for reminding me by asking a question, why bother writing? So you have a story to tell, you can write. And today I give you the skills to write. Okay, let's write now. This is what you're going to do. So can you please write the introduction section now? So if you really don't have a question, I was just telling to this gentleman here, go to ChatGPT-4, describe your institution, not GPT-4, use Gemini. Gemini Advanced better because it'll go and check the UP. Unless your university is very old, has been in there more than 2 years, then you can use ChatGPT-4. Describe, said, I work for this university or this institution. My job is to do student engagement and student management. Put your job description there. Give me a research idea how I could improve life in my university. You'll go and check and you'll come up with some pretty good answers. Choose, keep asking it until you get a very satisfied question. Take that question, put it back to ChatGPT and say, now based on this, write me introduction to the subject matter. Then you go and find the literature. Cut paragraph by paragraph, find the keywords, or you can even ask it, for paragraph 1, give me the keywords for paragraph 1. Take those keywords, put it into Google Scholar, because not all of you have bought the paid version, to generate your citation. Then choose the papers and start saving it into your citation software that you can then go back and cite that introduction. So can you please finish that now? I'll give you half an hour. By 2 o'clock, I want to see everybody's introduction to their research ready. If not, there will be public caning. Bring a ruler. Can I have a ruler? I mean, hit them, one meter long ruler. Yes. She's worried about the caning. She's quickly asking. Sorry. Okay, so some of you have picked it up. Because I forgot, you all are very sharp. You don't, there's something you saw there. Who's got the answer to this? So in size space, you see a column TLDR. Precisely what we are doing today. Too long, I didn't read. Because we are lazy people. So this is how size space was formed. They're all formed by a bunch of PhD people who have been doing research. Like some of you said, I did my PhD, I spent one paper, take me 3 days to read. I read 150 papers. Now you're getting angry. This one is making it so easy, and you're telling your student you cannot use it. You are stupid. The student is smart, let him do it. Why you worry? Why are you so scared to give it away? Don't be a Brahmin. Better be careful. No, Brahmins don't want to give the knowledge to the people. Keep it. The only way you can reach God is to come to me. Or everybody can reach God. My name is Vaikundat. How many people know what's the meaning of Vaikundat? No, that's why. Yeah. But the meaning of my name is the abode of Vishnu. God dwells within me. No need to go to temple, just come to me. You're done. AI. He said it's very appropriate. So, but if you understand Vedic philosophy and you understand all religions, God dwells in all of us. That's why we do the Vanakam. The Ayobhavan is because we are a reflection of the individual. Anyway, we are not here for philosophy, we are here for AI. So keep writing while I sit down and keep shut my mouth. Oh, yes, I know. Yeah, some of the feedback we got was that I think for my December workshop, I have 4 trainers who are now starting to do their own workshops. I'm sure you can multitask. I'll keep telling stories while you do your work. So at one of the workshop, who she is now on our team, she was the senior lecturer in psychology. So she was sitting in my workshop. Oh, she was so excited. This workshop, AI for academic writing, The first one we ran in June last year. And then she was asking, then at the end of the conference, she stood up and said, thank you, I've learned so much, blah, blah, blah. 2 weeks later, Prof. Apta, who's our UNESCO Chair, wrote to me and said, Bhai, I am sorry to say, I have a problem that this has happened. I said, what's the problem, Prof? This girl, she was at your workshop. She's now conducting her own workshop in the department. I said, that is wonderful news. Why should I get upset? So she started and she made it better. Mine was 1 day, hers was 2 hours. And because why did she do the workshop? She had to supervise all those students to write their thesis. So she basically delegated the work to AI. AI is doing it, her work. So we recruited her to be part of our team. So yeah, that's what I want. I want you all to do it. Yeah. Table. Yes. You can't download it.
I can.
Is it? You try and see. You may not because you asked you to pay for it. CSV, but try it. Yeah. I'm sorry. Just go backwards. Go backwards. Yeah. Oh, no, yes. You go back to, oh yeah, because you keep going back. Yeah, there. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
So
yes. Yes, correct. Because it's behind a paywall. Because the journals have not allowed it to go out. So those are the ones that you may have to now use, what do you call this? Your library to get the original paper. So one of the questions here is, in SciSpace, you don't see much data coming out. It's because it's only giving you the abstract. Because there's a paywall that the journals have put in to not allow you to read the PDF. So you therefore have to now go to your library and through your library, digital library, download the PDF, search for it, and then you have the full PDF to play with. Right? So that's a little bit of a, like I told you, they are not perfect because of this stupid, so I use SciHub a lot because I don't, sometimes to get my librarian to do work for me, she's so bloody lazy, she won't do. So I just go to SciHub and my conscience is clear. If they want to arrest me, they arrest me. So when I go to UK, I cannot use SciHub because they immediately alert my internet provider that I'm using an illegal website. So I use VPN. But the only reason I bought VPN is to go into SciHub to download all the papers. Please don't quote me. For Singapore, I may get arrested, but anyway, that never stopped me. I cannot answer that question. So let me tell you a few things about it. I sit on ethics panel, so I am quite ethical in the things, but I'm also pragmatic. When it becomes a problem is I'm making money from. If I take the first information, the knowledge, but I am here, to me, all knowledge should be shared equally by all human beings. So the moment you take the PDF through SciHub, you already, so that's why UK says it will inform and it will cut off my internet providers. So I just use the VPN. So my wife gets very upset with me. But collecting that is a crime. Because they say that this is not yours. You didn't pay. For me, who gave you the right to charge me? I mean, that's my philosophical standpoint. I believe in open access. So they have committed one crime and then you're putting it into a public domain to analyze it, which is SciSpace. It's a second crime you're committing. So if you are so scared, then just do small literature review. The one is not my problem. That is SciSpace problem. So ChatGPT Sam Altman has said, if anybody sues you because of your data that came from ChatGPT, a paid version, he will pay to defend you. So he has given that assurance. So I wouldn't worry. I mean, we're talking about academia here, so I don't think that's a very great concern. But most of you can get the article through, instead of SciHub, through your library, because you're from universities and higher institution, you should get it. Yeah. But if it's that difficult, ignore the article. You know, read the abstract and just use the abstract. I mean, it can't be helped if you can't access it. And sometimes you name and shame. You write there, we found this article was not accessible, and name this author, this journal, name and shame them. "20 minutes introduction must be ready." The best introduction, as judged by Fahad, will be given a prize. Roshan has promised 1.5 million US dollars for the best introduction. Correct? There's a small prize. I'll give you one of my books. I'll give you one of my books. There is some competition going on there, gamification. Another little story, the last workshop we ran was in January, for APU, which was AI for research, 105 people. I think some of you from Sri Lanka came for that, the AI for research. We came online, about 105. At 5 p.m., every one of them had written a proposal. Every single one of them had written a proposal, a research proposal. So that was quite encouraging for us. Yeah. You put new conversation. Click new conversation. On the top left-hand corner, top there. So if you want to forget this one, you have to go and start a new conversation. But this old one will be remembered. You can come back to it. Just click there again. Yeah. Actually, you can turn on. Okay, click on that. That is a new chat. So this is a new chat. But it remembers your old chat on the side. So I read you one of the research questions that came up. How can the design of a multimodal interactive self-instructional material enhance learning outcomes and engagement for open and distant learners? That's a pretty good question. Can I just give you, for those who are sociology, social sciences, healthcare related subjects area, your research question ideally should have this framework. PICO framework. Are you familiar with the PICO framework? So you must have a population. Who does it affect? High school students in Sri Lanka. What is the intervention? That means using ChatGPT, right? That's your intervention. What is the comparator? What are you comparing against? The comparator is the normal mode of education. And what is the outcome you're going to measure? The test results in algebra, for example. So if you have this in your research question, it becomes a very powerful research question. So you can, if you don't have, if it is a qualitative, then it will be population. I stands for phenomena of interest. C stands for context, in which context, and O stands for outcome. I think, yeah, it's also outcome. Yeah. So this is a PICO framework for qualitative. So there are two kinds of studies: quantitative, qualitative, or mixed. So in education, mixed is good. Mixed means you have a bit of survey, because some data can do some descriptive statistics, and you have some qualitative in-depth interview or free text that you can analyze. So tomorrow we are doing AI, AI for research. We go a little bit deeper into these aspects. Okay, the impact of illustrations on student learning. Sounds good. Very nice paper. Yes. Do the citation. Finish it, because at least by 4 o'clock is done. So take line by line and put it, so just see what is it. So in the realm of education, textbooks are in this manner. So this I can just, either you can cut it, or just put a roll of textbooks in education. Put it up on quickly, put it on Google Scholar, get one paper and put it there. That way, line by line will go. Good, very impressed, very nice, nice topic. But you have to put Sri Lanka. So this one probably done elsewhere already. So do a quick literature review, then check a good one with the methodology. So by 2 o'clock, you're ready. So nothing is wasted, you know. I'm quite happy. At least got 2 or 3 papers coming out already from today. My target is at least 2 people per workshop must be so motivated to become as mad as me. Then I'm happy. Just show of hands, how many of you tomorrow are going for the AI research workshop, RE? AI, RE? Okay, sufficient number here. So we'll move much faster tomorrow because you already know most of the stuff today. So please tomorrow come with a new research, not today's one. This one is finished today, a new research tomorrow, a new topic. So we'll get 2 papers at the end of the day of this week. If you have already got a bit of your introduction, just call one of us. We'll come and have a quick look. The best one gets a prize. Please post it to the Padlet. We may not give out the prize today because we may have to mark it. That's what Fahad is here to do. And guess how Fahad will be marking? He will cut and paste it and put into Google, from ChatGPT, and he asks it to mark. Yeah, they have to do no paragraph can be without a citation. Yes, everything has to, because you have no right to say anything. That's the academic rigor. You have to cite, yeah. Okay, that's very nice topic. I do like the topic. You can even change it to make it so sexy. You can ask ChatGPT to give me 3 different. Yeah. I know. You can ask, give me 3 more. Yeah.
So actually, these are 5 different questions that I asked. Not for one question.
Okay.
Each paragraph, one question.
Yeah. But you see, the thing is, in the introduction, you must start from broad and come down to one. Okay.
Which is the four. Then I ask about the teaching.
Okay.
I combine with the last paragraph.
Okay. It's quite good. Show me what else have you got.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay. So how many words is that? Yeah, just nice. Yeah, that's it. Have you got data for this? Have you collected data?
Yes, I have.
So, but today, have you brought the data now? By 5 o'clock, I want to see the paper. You may win the book. Is it mainly qualitative data, quantitative data, or both? Quanti, survey. Yeah. So you got all the Likert scores? Have you got all the Likert score and all that from the surveys? Is that Likert score? Great. Huh? So you got it in a table. No, I want you to take it and put it and create the box and whiskers representation for the answers. Yeah. So you haven't analyzed the data yet, done already. Not, yeah. So we'll do it afterwards. Maybe we'll bring your computer there and show everybody how to do it. Yes. Now that one you're not getting. Then you put all the 40 people's name on the paper. No, but just as a demo, I think we got real data. I also got data. Last week's my presentation on the survey was done through ChatGPT. It produced the box and whiskers plot graph to show out for the conference. I didn't have to do anything. Yeah, you're very Satir Roshan. Your group also serious group, all working, quiet, silence. I thought I was the only serious. Okay.
And this is when the family.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
And then this one. And it is again when it comes by women.
Okay.
And then there's everything side.
Yeah.
And got here different science.
Yeah. So you need to take this whole thing now, put in the paraphraser. The other one, the one with the quotation marks, the top there. So you copy all of this and you put it there. No, not subdivision, paraphraser, next below that, So you copy this whole thing. Yep. Then go to that, paste it in that column. Yeah, paste it on the left hand side. And then it says too much, So you cut it down to 150 words. So do 100 word by 100 word.
So I was doing this research on like check examples in Sri Lankan music, so I just wanted to generate something really unique. So I asked it to develop a research topic and develop this. So my problem is that because it's such a specialized area, it's not
How much research has been done?
it's not expanding adequately. Like
Yeah.
even when I'm exploring the areas and all that.
Yeah.
How do you sort of
Yeah. So they means don't do for because you had Sri Lanka in that topic. Remove the word Sri Lanka. General and then bring down. Then you say in Sri Lanka there's none. So this research is very important. So that's why you justify yourself. Yeah. Yeah. So one of the questions is that came up is suddenly you find there's no data on it. There are very few papers. That's because you have put it for Sri Lanka. So then remove Sri Lanka from the search strategy, broaden it, and then come down to Sri Lanka. Then says there are no papers written on Sri Lanka for this. So my paper is very important. So that brings the justification for the novelty. So another thing about research, tomorrow we will learn that, is just for those who are not coming tomorrow. So PICO framework, one is called the other framework is called a Finner framework. So what is Finner? Feasibility. Is it feasible to do the study? Innovative. I better check this, I cannot remember. Novel. E is ethical and relevant. So if you have a study that is not feasible, don't waste your time. You must be also pragmatic. You must be able to finish the study. It must be innovative. It must be interesting. Not only innovative, the word is interesting. Is it interesting? So if it's interesting, yes. Is it novel? Has it been done before? Yes, it's been done in the US, but it's not been done in Andrajipura. So that's novel because that's only, but all other methodology is same. Is it ethical? So don't do things that are unethical. How to cheat in the exams using ChatGPT. That paper will never get published. And is it relevant? Is it going to make a difference? Yeah, yeah. So is it part of your what research, your exam or what? Okay. So convert this to a research proposal. So then it comes out the proposal. Then you ask to write a research protocol. There's a difference between a proposal and a protocol. Proposal just an idea of how to do it. Protocol is all the details, the interview guide and everything. Yeah. And then you can submit it for your ethics and get for your grant money and start collecting data. Sorry, what do you? Yeah, no, so no, you just, yeah. What I would do is, do you have a summary of this? Why, what is two? Why is there one is a different topic, is it? Two different topics. Okay, okay. So I would just copy all this, put it into ChatGPT and ask it to write a research proposal based on this, give it your university name, give it the department. So it knows exactly where to put it all. So there is our AI learning design and AI healthcare has got how to do a bot, how to create a bot without coding. Yes, sorry. My sense of direction is all gone, you know. At my age, everything goes. Yes, there were no citations, very little. Huh? Okay. Sorry, I just saw them here. Are these with coding or just simply copying? There's no code on it. I don't see here. What's your reference to? Show me where your bibliography is. Oh, okay. So that needs work. Put the citation, get it all ready. So that's good. That's a nice, sufficient. How many words have you got? 300, just nice. 300, 500 words, just nice for the intro. But I haven't seen at the bottom, do you come in the aim of this study? The last one, the aim of this study is to address the gap. So one of the things, the last paragraph in your, what do you call this, introduction must be the aim of your study. And it is the aim because before that is found there is a gap in the knowledge. And so my study will fill this gap because nobody has done this in Sri Lanka. Yeah. Okay. That's good summary. Absolutely. You're right. So this is where I will now, if you find all these papers are good, no. So then you need to go back. Then I will go back to Google Scholar. You're right, or go to PubMed or whatever database, sorry, you're going to use. So I find Google Scholar is quite useful. So that's a very important point. So I have done, because I'm not happy with it, and sometimes we also give some rubbish. Because you ask something, they'll give you something else. So you then take that keywords and go to Google Scholar and find your papers. So this one is so,
that's it.
yeah.
That's because I know.
Yes, yes.
Know much about the subject.
Then they have to do the hard way. You're right. So you're absolutely right. That's why a layperson is not supposed to do this. I am just making the clever people becoming more efficient.
But the thing is that, let's say I'm an undergraduate.
Yes.
I start the research.
Yeah.
So this kind of thing. And the supervisor is probably not that competent. Then that's when.
So that students should come for our course. Then you see, you cannot always say depend on somebody else. This is not secondary, even secondary school, we are addressing the problem. Secondary school, everything is spoon-fed. When you go to university, you're supposed to do things on your own. So you must learn. So that slide on how to give evidence-based validation is important. So they must know how to look at it. If they look at it and they think this is right, then they must ask, why is it right? Give me 2 citations that somebody has published this. So if Elicit is not giving, Typeset is not giving, go to Google Scholar, go to PubMed, go to EBSCO, wherever your database research is, and pull it down. And I have done that quite frequently. I'm not happy with it and I go to Google Scholar. But I'm telling you, Gemini has been very good to me. So when I put this thing in Gemini, Gemini pulls up more with the advanced version. Yes, because it's got with Google Scholar, plus it's also taking the current. Yeah. Just one point again, just brought up. What if the papers that Elicit or Typeset or SciSpace doesn't produce good quality papers? I told you, they are not perfect. We still need RI. AI is AI, but RI is important. RI is me and you, okay? We got intelligent. So then you fall back. You take that question, put it into Google Scholar, PubMed, EBSCO, whatever database, and look for I find Google Scholar quite reliable, partly because Google has got its own search engine, and you get gray literature also coming through, not just, especially doing a scoping review. So you still have to go back to that. But once you found the paper, then you can bring that paper back to SciSpace and slash it down to TLDR. Too long, I didn't read and get the things out. So try also go back to Google Scholar to get high quality papers. So what we are creating now is you realize that it is not as easy as everybody who never use AI, because your vice chancellor, your head of department, there's some deans here also. They think that you just write the word, the paper will come and then send it. And that's how people got in trouble. You now realize it's a lot of work, but it is doing good, high quality work to validate, but the laborious tasks have been made easy for you. And that's the whole purpose of this workshop, is to remove the repetitive and laborious stuff. So you haven't given one more context. Where? High school, university, primary school. You must give the context. Yeah. And that GPT wrote that for you, right? Yeah. Very good. Vocational, you're in vocational education. Push down the introduction. There are no citations. And I think you need more citations. And also be careful, your spelling is all American. No, that one I don't. I won't, because it's 3.5, you're not 4. So try it with Gemini. Same one. Is it? Are you sure this is accurate? Have you checked it? So that's where it's all hallucinating, all bluff. So you have to be careful when you cannot depend on it for citation. If you get caught. So each one of those can, as a good starter, and you start, I used to do that. Then I went and checked, all of them are wrong. Then I said, I might as well find it myself manually. You know what I mean? So you can't, but you try the same thing with Gemini and see. Gemini may give you the citation which are accurate. So when you click on the citation, it's exactly what you want. It is that. So now the problem is, it is not in a citable index. That means you still have to find the paper, put it into Zotero or your Mendeley, so that you get the proper citation and bibliography. Otherwise, you have to do it manually. You follow me? Yes. Like I showed just now. So like just now, you get John et al. 2024. But that is just written, but not a coding. So I still find John et al. Then I put Zotero and put the citation next to it, which is a special one, and delete this one without, yeah. So because why you need to do that is when you're writing a big paper, then the reference at the bottom is automatically generated by Zotero. The one that I showed was just an example, but you want, because that is linked to this. So when you change your paragraph, because if the reviewer sends back and say, I want you to change this, then you don't have to do it all over again. You just have to cancel it. Automatically, everything will be updated. So that's based on the referencing software. Because otherwise, you'll do manually, which is unnecessary task. So take those keywords and put it into Google Scholar. Yes. So, no. So if you can match, ideally, you can put this and. Yeah. And then you see what you get. And then from that papers, you can put the citation. Yeah. You see what comes up? When you put too much, Google Scholar will give up. You got, okay, that's good. So that means you will put all is bringing, but if you put and, then it will only make sure that everything is included both. This will just bring one, then it becomes too untidy. Yes, even you put all the topic. Yeah, so you don't get, that's part of Boolean searching. So Boolean searching is you put in brackets this word. That means generative AI. Then you put and primary school and Sri Lanka. Then it will only take when all three are there. That's what you want. Because the three key areas that you are doing is whatever, technology, primary school, and Sri Lanka. So when you put them, then only papers with all three will come up. Because you don't have to, now you have to manually go through one by one. You can ask ChatGPT to find the keywords. Okay. NT minus, okay. So when you put the title like that, what kind of research is it? Is it, what's your design? I mean, who are you going to interview? Cross-sectional study, opinion pieces. That means the opinions of pharmacists. So you're doing both a mixed methods. Just survey or just qualitative? Quantitative. So quantitative or quanti? The survey only. Okay. What is the outcome you're hoping? What's the English? You just have to rewrite it. That means you don't have to do any. So now I would just take paragraph by paragraph and ask it to rewrite it. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Because then it will, yes. So use Copilot. So Copilot is 4. Yeah. So take the first paragraph, give it some context. I'm writing a paper on this topic. I've done the research, but I'm not happy with my language. Rewrite my first introduction and give the reasons what they say. That means take your reviewer's comment and put it line by line. Instead, if they're giving you detailed comment for each, so you say this chapter, this is the reviewer's comment. Please rewrite this. And then, because then you can submit back to the journal. Did they say resubmit? No. Okay. Yeah. Then you just submit to the next one because. Yes. Do paragraph by paragraph. Don't do the whole article. You would regenerate. Yes. Try it now. Take the first introduction, but you put the comments of the reviewer, what they say was wrong with it. Then it will do the correction for you. I use Zotero. Download Zotero. Zotero is free. And Zotero. Sorry, I'm sitting on your chair. Where did you get your data from the elephant? Is there an ethical problem with that? Classification of animals? Okay, I'm just thinking. Is it? Ethics. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's a nice, so it's a comparative anatomy study. Human anatomy, you don't need to dissect. You already have, or you're going to dissect human as well. Yeah. So how are you going to, so you're going to use some literature, or going to use some angiogram study? Because if you cannot compare, then I won't use the word human. Because you're going to use, your human now is going to be in exactly. Yeah, that's difficult unless you're fresh. But not unless you have somewhere they have your anatomy department has got the plastinated. You can examine the plastinated under microscope and describe. Just 5. So this is an anatomy study, you don't need that many. Yeah, so why are you doing it again? So what's the novelty of this? For?
Not known very much.
Okay, okay.
Probably the small size.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how it's, what are the.
Why? I'm just looking at what's the rationale for doing it on the elephant. Because it's available.
And the larger size.
Size.
You can see.
So then I won't bother about the human one. Just do the elephant. And then you write in your discussion, based on my understanding of the literature and this elephant study, elephants have got this. So we can postulate further research needs to be done using angiographic studies in humans to show that. That's it. So just keep it to the elephant. Yeah. So that's pretty good. How many you haven't done yet? Have you done it yet?
Not done.
Okay. So proposal. Get some grants. I'm sure you can get some grant to go to the field and then dissect. I think this is done. Okay. Yeah, I would put it up. Have you asked it to write a proposal?
Just now, right?
So you got ChatGPT right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Let me see. You need some citations, yeah. Yeah. So this one needs to be expanded a bit, because you are the subject matter, you should know. So the gland size, weight, dimensions, what it's a misput size is what? Volume, weight, vessel diameters, each is a vessel where as it enters into the thing. So because vessel diameters will be bigger at the periphery, and yeah. So it's at the point of entry within 1 millimeter. So all these details I need to see. So I think this looks good. So this is a very quantitative. Yeah. So you see all these ways. Oh, you got a citation. You're using okay, yeah. But I think the introduction needs a little bit of citation. They won't give you. Not reliable.
Not,
yeah.
That's what's good.
So I would go and try and get your own. So your proposal is ready. And I would even ask it to write. So this is the proposal. Ask it to write the protocol. Now ask it based on this proposal, write the protocol, data extraction sheet. You need to get a table form, the vessel size and all that. Nice one. Great. Looks like you're going to win the prize, is it? Sorry, yeah, we're sitting on your chair. It's fine. The elicit. Right. Yeah. Oh no, this is okay. Okay. Such a GPT, no. Yeah. So you can ask it now. Is this reliable or not? These papers are correct. Have you checked? So can I say some more? It has to be all correct. So, yeah. So, yes. Okay. So this is okay. This method. So you can ask it to create this in a table form. You write there, but this is GPT 3.5. You may not do it. Ask it and see. Can you? But they won't do that. I can show you. There's another website. Yeah. So LSC, you have to then find it and then download it one by one because you don't have the paid version. Yeah.
Now,
So you just put the topic like this. So this is already so literature review is here already. So you have only thing is now. So if you read each of the papers now, and if you think that's a good paper, then you download it as a citation into your citation software. Yeah. That one you'll have to buy paid. So yeah, the question is, do you want to pay? And that is something that you have to decide whether you want to pay or not to pay. If you're only doing it once in a while, don't bother paying because it's, use your money for something else. But if you intend, which I hope that after today, you realize that you can write more and more stories, then do the payment and start enjoying the full-fledged, because not paying fully to understand the functionality of a product is not honest, it's not real, isn't it? Only when you see the whole thing. So that's a decision that you have to make. There's something else he told me that I want to tell you is, yeah, you cannot ask ChatGPT 3.5 to give you a reference. That fellow is a mad fellow. He's a hallucinator, he's a liar, he's a cheat. So you will get into trouble. So don't even bother wasting your time. You can try with Gemini Advanced, but I would say go back to your standard way, which is put into Google Scholar key terms and find article by article, because if you don't want to pay. But if you want to pay, life is easier. But the decision is you can pay on a monthly and then cancel it after 1 month after you finish your project. So those of you, that's what some people do. The 1 year or so, they are doing the data analysis, they pay and then they cancel it after that. But yeah, so there is, I don't want to confuse you with too many software. There's another platform called genie.io. It's a very powerful, I'll just show you only, just to tease you a bit. Teaser. So Genie is a platform that even does, so this is, that's Gemini. So it's called genie.io. Comes to this. This doesn't do the search, but this analyzes like SciSpace. SciSpace does search and analyze PDF. This analyzes PDF very, very comprehensive and robust. So this is some silly paper I put in. I better show you with a new paper. Let me just create resource. So this, I'm just showing you how to upload a paper. Let me find, just put some stupid thing there, research methodology. So this is one, I'm going to upload this file. So these are basic functions, I don't need to go through. And I say I'm done. It's just for example, because I don't want to show the other one. So this is a research methodology. So it is reading the paper, the research methodology paper, which is actually a whole book, I think, or something. Then this is a demo. I'm not asking you to buy, but this is how powerful this is. I'm asking it to summarize. So it has already read it. This is a summary of the headings in each of that book, So let's look at research problem. So it tells you what this section does, a summary. So when I type a paragraph, I hope you can see it. I just want to show I want to create some notes. So I go here, add to note. So it creates a note on the left side. So to me, this is, so I'm asked to give a talk on how to identify research problems for research to a group of postgraduate students. So I've taken this, so here you see, this section emphasizes the purpose of research and discovery through a scientific procedure. But now, when I highlight that, oh, this stupid thing is in my way. I can ask it to write an argument, that's by default. You look what, I can write an essay. I can ask it to write an essay on that paragraph. I can ask it to paraphrase, summarize, grammar correction, create a tweet to create social presence, extract keywords, look at social media posts. It can even structure notes. You can even ask for argument. You can ask it to argue, counter argument. So let's put counter argument and see what we get. So, so argument is, this section emphasizes the purpose of research as the discovery of answer through scientific procedure, aiming to uncover hidden truths. Counter argument. This is what need in a PhD. In a PhD, you have to do a critical review. It means not only give pro, con, and then come to a synthesis. For a master's, you just do a narrative review. So in PhD, you require a critical review. While research may often aim to uncover hidden truths, its purpose can also be able to generate new ideas. So it is giving you argument and counter arguments, which otherwise you have to think and work hard on it. Now I can take this and look for a literature to support this. So this is the beauty of genie.io. I didn't want to go too much, but you will see in my website, the online resource. So this is the online resource which you will all get on this whole workshop, step by step. So this is the thing, you start the course, you'll be given a link, which I think you got it on the second slide, if I'm not mistaken. So the introduction is there, structure of academic writing. So it's all there. So there are videos, there are examples, and there are how to use each of the tools. A bit outdated, it's about 6 months old. I haven't had time to update it, which I will do sometime this year. Right. What time is 3? It's 3 o'clock. Tea break, 3 o'clock, right? So any questions up to now? I want you to put up as much. Yes? No, you have to pay. Everything is paid. This one is about 240 pounds per year. Because I do a lot of writing. I spend about 60% of my working life is writing. 40% is on working. I mean, I still am a full-time surgeon, but my 60% is my after time. I don't have a life after my work. It's just writing. So I invest in all this because it helps in my writing. Writing books, writing articles, writing opinion piece. So now I don't do so much of generating primary data research because I'm 45 years. Who the hell is going to argue with me? I am an expert. So I'm entitled to have my opinion. So it is important, but I'm back my opinions with evidence-based research. So I spent a lot. So all of this, I paid a subscription for it. Like this software that creates this kind of learning material, which is part of the workshop next door, AI for learning design. This software is $2,800 US dollars. I bought it because I've been using it for 10 years now. Now it's on a subscription basis for 600. So the campus should buy this. So the faculty should buy one of this for those who are producing material, because you can create online learning material in seconds. What took years to produce? So when we run that workshop next door, by 5 o'clock today, they would have produced something like this already. I don't know. I hope so. Yeah. So I just giving you that flavor, what's out there. You decide. But like I said, the tool that you need is ChatGPT-4 and SciSpace should be enough. So these things does something that SciSpace does, but it's some things better than what SciSpace cannot do. But having looked at all of it, I would probably recommend those two. So let's go on to the methodology. Are we ready to move to methodology? So everybody has got some introduction. Some of you are pretty impressed. I'm pretty impressed with it. So what you can do is, keep that conversation going. Keep that conversation going with whichever platform you're done. It has done the introduction. You want to be polite. My wife, when she used ChatGPT, can you please? I said, why are you writing please? Next time it comes to the world, then he will catch you because you're so rude to it. No, he definitely got this. It's just a machine. They do this. So you can now say, thank you for your introduction. Now, based on your introduction, can you write me a methodology for this paper? So you can do that. So the methodology will come out, but that methodology may not be as hot. So you need to do a literature review. So I hope some of you already started doing the literature. So in the literature review, the section, because that will be part. So when you write a paper, there's no literature review in a paper. But in the introduction, you already put in the literature review, right? Find one solid paper that you think is a fantastic paper, especially the methodological rigor. Cut that methodology from that paper and paste it into ChatGPT 4 or 3 and say, using this. So this is called one-shot prompting, single-shot prompting. You're giving it one example. But if you find that example is not good, but you got paper 1, very good on data collection. Paper 2, very good on analysis. Paper 3, very good on the theoretical background of whatever it is you found. Take the 3 methodology, put it into this fella, and say, all the 3 make it into one beautiful methodology. Do that now. So that's how you write your methodology section. So your methodology section is basically population. Who's your population? What's your sample size? Rationale for sample size? The data collection methods, data analysis methods, implication. So your final methodology should be, this is not so much for paper writing, but more for thesis, must have a research design matrix. So if I'm marking your thesis, I want to see this summary. Research, design, matrix. So research design RQ, one column. This one we will go through tomorrow at the, I just give you a taster. RQ1, you got multiple questions, 2, but for simple journal article, only got one research question. So who's the population? So 18-year-old students in uni, whatever. Sampling. So this one is purpose, convenient sampling, whatever you're using. Sample and sample size. N equals 30. Minimum for any form of experimentation is 30 to make some descriptive statistics sensible. So sample data collection. So data collection will be questionnaire, online survey, whatever that you're writing. So this is how you're going to collect the data. Data analysis, your proposed data analysis, one more column. So I have a descriptive statistics with inferential statistics box, ANOVA, or whatever you're going to do. So you can ask ChatGPT to produce this. And then what is the anticipated outcome? One column that you're going to show that GPT education is better than non-GPT education, I don't know. And the implication. What is the implication of your study? The implication is you're going to create a new curriculum for Sri Lanka. So can you see this is the methodology summarized in one page. For those doing PhD, you need to add under outcome. Outcome is what's the outcome is you're going to put that. That means the outcome in terms of you're going to get you anticipate a better maths test results among students who did generative AI as compared to those using normal school curriculum. All right, we know that. But the secondary outcome that you have to put here is where are you going to disseminate? So the results of the study and the outcome of studies are two different things. So here the dissemination is, because PhD, you must disseminate your knowledge that you have created. So he said, I'm going to present this at the World Congress of Generative AI in Education in Barcelona in 2024. So that's one. Then the second outcome, you say, I'm going to write a paper to the Sri Lankan Journal of Education on how we found our results. So that you put for PhD people. So then your supervisor knows exactly the metrics to which to judge the quality of your paper. Because some of the PhD says don't need publication, but I think why you work so hard, might as well publish it. So for my PhD thesis, I published five things and one book. Actually 2 books, 1 chapter in a book and 1 whole book by myself. So I think this is what I want, if you can do that, but for the paper, this is not so, but keep this in mind. This is what the methods has to do. Who's the population? How are you collecting the data? How are you analyzing data? What's the proposed outcome? What's the implication? So the implication is so what you did this study. Most of you study, I find the titles are all quite interesting and there's a very important so what to it. So what is going to change things? The way how data warehousing is going to be done, or the way how you're going to change the curriculum and things like that. So always that is important. So it's also so the examiner wants to know. Anybody knows this? WIIFM. What's in it for me? So this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So what? How are you going to improve my life? So when you do research on the 3rd hair of the 4th leg of the mosquito, the amino acid sequence, who cares? But Madam's research is very important. How she is making hybrid rice plants by using scalpel to cut and clip. You may think, what the hell is she doing cutting plants, bud grafting? That is going to, because her rice is drought resistant and flood resistant, which is available in Sri Lanka. This is going to improve the nutrition of Sri Lanka. That is what's in it for me is a lot. I will approve, I will give grant for her to get it done because it's going to make a difference. So those of you applying grant, this implication is very important. If your implication is weak, very unlikely, and this is tomorrow's work, but since we are here, we'll just talk a little bit about it. So can we do the methodology now in 20 minutes? Then after tea, we write the no results, but you will. So when you do the methodology, you just put the strategy for results analysis. So that will come because you won't have any results then. And then we just quickly, discussion will be a bit difficult. Discussion, Roshan will do in 2 months' time, another workshop where you'll come and write your results. So can I suggest, learn this evening, open up a Google form to collect everybody's research topics, their name, their email, and monitor them. No, I mean, there are 40 people here. There should be 40 research topics. You facilitate them. Every week, a reminder will go from you. Get AI to put the reminder. What have you done? What have you done? Are you all happy with it? You all volunteered, right? Okay, Roshan will do it. I thought it's unanimous. Please give the title of the paper and the thing they will fill up. Part, do a Google form. You are using Google form? What are you all using? Google form. Can you create a Google form to register everybody's research? This classroom must be registered today. So the name, IC number, I mean the Gmail address, whatever address, title, topic, where are they now? IMRD, have they done IM and R awaiting and D? And then what other fields do you need? Then just put that. Yeah, whatever, no, that's too much data. Just a title and then let them chase. So create the form, give it to them before 5 o'clock. Everybody will not get your certificate until you register your research. This is the National Research Register to be kept by Learn. Correct? The CEO is here. That's why we got him. He thought he came here because he's CEO. We are making it happen. So this is in research, we call it stakeholder engagement. So he's a potential stakeholder. He's a significant stakeholder because he's the CEO of Learn. So I bring him here, the chances of me getting things done are higher. If I just brought Vatsala probably can't have that power. It has to come to you. So Vatsala is okay. She will do the operational aspects, but he will give the approval. So when you do social science, anything that's got impact, like you want to do your pharmacy based on society, you need to do a stakeholder engagement. Because if you do a curriculum change, you say that this is what I have found in my research, we want to incorporate a new model in the curriculum. Nobody is good. Who are you? Who are you? You're nobody. They want big names and all that. But if you bring them, so in stakeholder engagement, it's called participatory action research. When you bring the stakeholders in, Minister of Education is there, Minister of Health is there, the chief pharmacist is there, everybody who are important are there. Then what you do is, you have the idea, but let that come out from their mouth. So what do you think is important? Do you think that this intervention is important? Yes, look, he's so clever. So when he put the word, he will approve it. And this is called stakeholder ownership and authorship. If the stakeholder has ownership and authorship of the final document, they will make it happen. Why do you care? If he wants to get a bit of credit, he get it. But the publishing of paper is yours. So that's why your credit comes. More important, you are elevating the suffering of the people underneath you. So here's the example of the research design matrix. So this is more for quantitative. It comes up, what are the variables? So if you're doing a quantitative research, you must have dependent variable, independent variable, and then you got to type the type of data you're collecting, ordinal data, nominal data, categorization, and what type of statistical analysis you will do, all that will be needed. So if it's qualitative, then you'll talk about thematic, coding, categorization, and thematic analysis. Did I not give it earlier on? That is the online module for this whole workshop. I'll give it, I'll shine it for you now. Or you will have it. It's an online module. Did I not? No, I'm rich. Icebreaker. There. I was hidden. Or Jonathan hides it. He doesn't want to give it because Jonathan is very strict. Don't show this only at the end because they will copy this and they'll go home. But you are nice people, you won't go home. So all our resources for all our workshop, we have an open online resource 24/7. Anybody in the world can do. We give it. We are not Brahmins. We are Harijans. We give everything for free. But please pay Learn, because Learn needs the money. So Learn is going to now give you ChatGPT if you pay them. Correct, isn't it? They're going to add it to their subscription. Because you're getting the internet provider, then just ask them to add, pay a little bit more, the $20 to them, and then discount. That you speak to the Vice Chancellor. Yeah. Oh, so this is actually a thing called RISE 360. RISE, next door workshop. AI for learning design. We will teach you how to use RISE, but it's a paid that you can use for 30 days for free. So those who are attending is learning design 2-day workshop. Is there another one? No. So if you are attending learning design, because I think he does, please download RISE 360 for 31 days, you get it free. After that, you pay 600 US a year. So, yes, Articulate. It's from Articulate. So RISE 360 Articulate, download it tonight so that when you go for LD tomorrow, you have the software to start creating. You may get hooked to it. Sell your jewelry and pay it to Articulate. Why you need jewelry for what? Those who are married, no need to attract any more men. You're already married, sell the jewelry. Sell your watches, guys. You don't need watch, you got a phone. The Rolex watch will pay for 5 years or 10 years of subscriptions. Can they access grants from Learn? I mean, Learn have got access to other forms of grants, right? Maybe that's something you can do is to arrange the good papers and those who need grant, So that's another form of, and collect some revenue. 10,000 rupees for a facilitation of grants, or 2% of the grants goes towards the upkeep of the platform. So guys, I think it's very important. Learn is a non-profit organization. You have to support them. So don't feel upset when you pay for fees. I just tell you, this 1-day workshop, our price that we would give it to any normal organization is 25,000 US dollars for this 1-day workshop, plus all expenses paid for us. So here they pay all our expenses, but we're not charging for it. That's not the reason. We are also collecting data. We want to put our numbers up, but that's the value of the workshop. So if you put 25,000 plus, that means about 30,000 divided by 50 of you, that's the cost of the workshop with no profit to them. So there is a rental of this, there's food. So I think you're only paying 200, most of them not paying. Free. Okay. I better go and pay now. Yeah, I was going to pay, but they said they have difficulty cash payment. So you must give value. The fact you're here for free. I hope you find it useful. Because now I turn around and say, you deluded bugger, most of them are asleep. But none of you have fallen asleep so far, so that's okay. Is there CPD points? And is CPD points not a requirement? Okay. But in a certificate, you can put equivalent. This is probably 6 hours, 6 CPD points, 6 to 8. The CPD points are every hour of direct instruction occurring, excluding tea and coffee. The other thing I noticed is some of your prompts for your research question is very, very long. So if it takes me 2 minutes to read the question, I get confused. So sometimes if you have a very long research question, better to break it to 2 questions. So for PhD, roughly we need 3, 4, 5 research questions for a PhD. But for article writing, today is mainly emphasis is on article writing rather than PhD thesis. So article writing, 1 question or so is enough. But if it's a very long question with multiple things, it becomes very confusing. So better to break it down to 2 questions then. I saw one very long-winded research question. But those who have got a strong research question, you're going to finish this by this evening. I know 2, 3 of you are ready to finish by this evening a full proposal. 1 or 2, the first manuscript of a document is going to be ready. And maybe 1 should be submitting for publication. Tomorrow's workshop, you run. Is there another AIAW? Okay. Are you booked for something else? Are the trainers booked for something else? No, if you are booked for something, please go. But if you're not booked for anything, you're sitting in the house, just tell the house to stay alone. You come here and you run and I sit back and relax. If you can. But if you're booked, please, I rather you learn other things. But the next one you'll be running, guys, so you better go and pay and get the proper versions ready so that you'll be able to teach. Okay, guys, here's the registration of your research. This is how efficient. I don't know. It was sent to me by God, by me, and I just put it up. I was instructed to do it, and it's done. So please register. Why register? One, if you don't, it's like, why get engaged and not married straight away? You get engaged so that you're ready to marry and you don't go around finding another boyfriend or girlfriend. So once you officiate, you put it in public domain that you are doing research, it will be done. That's number one. Number two, they're going to help you, push you. And I am happy to push anybody. Any one of you wants support in your research, we can hook up a Zoom meeting. And I'm happy, I wake up at 3:30 in the morning, which is your time is 12 o'clock. Before you go to bed, you can chat with me and we can give you support. All we want to do is you produce. And that goes at a KPI, a performance indicator for Learn. And then you can show to the government our workshops. This is called Kirkpatrick Level 5. Level 4, not yet 5. 5 doesn't exist. It's the outcomes of teaching, that it makes a difference to change your life. So telling me it's a wonderful workshop is only level 1, level 2. Level 4 is when you have put it in practice. So that's what we need. So please do. We will show this by Friday, how many people have registered and how many papers have been registered. And we are expecting at least 100 papers. So 40 people, they're going to repeat again, another 50, there'll be 100 papers. So this in design learning is called just-in-time designing. I designed this while running the workshop. So we designed this evaluation form. Anybody heard of this? Yeah, what is it? Did you put up your hand? Did you heard? No. Anybody heard of it? Satisficing. Maybe I'm spelling satisficing. Satisficing, not fishing. Satisficing. What is that? He's got MBA, He's bullshitting now. He's being ChatGPT 3. So this is 2 words. It's actually a business strategy. Why I bring this? This is satisfaction. This comes from the word sufficient. You cannot, all maths and statistics, all you engineers, you know this. There's a term, isn't it? Asymptom in statistics. This will never meet this. It's ad infinitum. It's like pi will just keep going, but it will never hit the y-axis. So sometimes you use Pareto principle. You know Pareto principle, 80-20 law. Don't need to be perfect. As long as it's satisfactory and it's sufficient, stop it there. Because you cannot go on to perfection and waste your life. You've got other things to do. You've got other sentient beings to elevate the suffering. Just not on one fellow you want to go all the way, that's a waste of time. So what I'm saying is, as long as satisfactory, your paper, move on to the next paper. Don't just write one paper in your whole life. What for? And I can guarantee you in writing, none of you will win the Nobel Prize. None of you will going to get the Nobel Prize. So why bother to put the effort for the Nobel Prize? Just satisfactory and sufficient. And move the next paper. Then why? Because you've got many stories to tell and more people to impact. Don't pour water, the whole, a jar of water on one small plant. Just sprinkle bit, sprinkle, many plants. And you get many things come up. The second secret, why we formed this register today, we did that with APU also. We formed a club among postgraduate students and undergraduate students, AW-RIGHT. It's called AW-RIGHT, academic right. So it's an acronym for students to work together. So post-workshop, we ran clinics where I went physically, plus we did online to support students to finish their objective. So by having this peer groups of people, you find that you can create a community of practice. Have you heard of the term community of practice? So community of practice are like-minded people coming together. So maybe after this cohort should form a community of practice, or you find a group. So I have in my research group, for each project has 7 people, not more than 7 people. Here's 7 authors to that paper. That's how you publish and cherish, and not publish or perish. You want to publish and cherish. So find 7 like-minded people. This project, you are first author, but you are third author, and you only do small part. I'll just do the literature review. You guys write the introduction. So you can break it up to 7, not more than 7, because citation software, the 8th person is not cited. So it's not fair for the 8th person. So if you have 3 people, 4 people, that's how I write. So if you have a team, so a team, one will do literature review, one will collect data, one will do this, one will do ethic approval. So for each one, you let them get ethics. So I got one person who can get ethics in 1 day. She can get me ethics in 1 day. She's based with Newcastle University. So one of our projects, day before yesterday, I told her, ethics came out already. So you got to work with the team, and then you can be more productive, and the team will push each other. So there's an African saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with a team. So when you go with a group of people, you may not be as fast, but you go far. So I think last year, I published 25 papers or something like that. And that's not because of people around me. So I just go there, I push them, because I'm God. God dwells here, push the floor here, push the floor there. They all work together, but I do my part. So the difficulty they have in finishing the paper to publish it, they have a difficulty. They send to me, so I just clean that up and then you get it. But I come up with the ideas. All right, so that's why the group is important. Okay, all done the methodology? Very good. What are you going to do now? Results we cannot do. We go for tea. I think it's tea time. Go for tea, relax a bit and come back. And then I want you all to share the next part, because the discussion is a bit difficult to write the discussion without the results. Unless those who have results, you can start putting in your results. If you want to check your results are all okay already, isn't it? There are no comments on your result. So just your discussion, then you're ready. Have you got some better outcome from GPT? So there's a better presentation. See whether it can, your 3.5 cannot. You can ask it to give it in graphic form. It may even give you like a pie chart or something like that. Yeah, but then you can put in the SPSS or just Excel will give it to you. So if those who, please go for your tea. Oh, this group is seriously not interested in tea. What I suggest is, please do share. So if you come, bring a computer along and share what you have had, so that somebody will learn from you, or somebody will give you a feedback that will be helpful for you. So we'll get a few people to do a sharing session after tea, and then we'll call it a day. Anybody got questions, comments, queries? The only workshop, nobody has stood up. 10 minutes ready, I said, for tea. Everybody's sitting down. You want me to keep talking? Go and have a tea so that I can rest. Oh my God, this fellow is really working me. Huh? He's not giving me chance. Yeah, so grab your cup of tea, maybe you come back. No, that's a good idea. Then finish early, maybe we can finish at 4 o'clock and we do a feedback, and then you all can go back early, because tomorrow morning you're going to come back. Tomorrow, 8:30. So this is a very important chunk. So that's why I wake up at 3:30. Why 3:30 in the morning? Anybody knows? Anybody with Vedic philosophy? Buddha. Why did Buddha wake up at 3:30? Yeah, that's one reason. So there is how many of you are geospatial scientists and all? So the alignment, so I think it's called a Brahma Mudra. Anybody heard of Brahma Mudra? So the whole time span is broken up into 58. Is it 58 minutes? I can't remember. 58 minutes. So anyway, 196 minutes before the sunrise, the alignment of the Earth's axis and the sun's axis is in such that the electrical energy in your cerebral spinal fluid is in the spine here, which connects your whole body, the Kundalini, So there's a scientific basis for the Kundalini. You don't know what a Kundalini, go read about the Kundalini. The sodium chloride crystals, those who are chemical engineers and all, when an ionic material moves up, The cerebral spinal fluid moves from your buttocks right up from the kundalini, right up to the brain and comes back. Every 24 hours, it goes 2 cycles. When you breathe in Vipassana techniques of meditation, when you breathe, the flow increases faster. When it moves forward, it creates electricity. And as it moves up all the chakras, so the chakra there's an anatomical basis for the chakra. They are called the nerve plexus. Life is all about nerve. That's why I'm life, because I do nerve surgery. So it stimulates that and it makes you energized. More important, when it reaches to the top of the brain, it stimulates the pineal gland. The pineal gland is in the inner part of the brain, it's the third eye. That's why we wear the pottu here. That's the third eye. The pineal gland is your creative component of the brain. The pineal gland on musicians, artists are all very well developed. The pineal gland is a piezoelectric organ. A piezoelectric means you press it, it produces electricity. All our thoughts, ideas, actions are based on electricity. So it's called electromagnetic. Electricity is what is our thought is. So every time you think, you have electricity. So at this time of the day, at 3:30 in the morning, is 196 minutes before sunrise, you go and read Brahma Mudra, your pineal gland is maximally stimulated. You are the most creative person in the world. So what do you do at 3:30, you wake up, don't do stupid work. Answering email, your dean asks you to write chapter, get lost. You don't waste my time. I'm going to be creative. So I don't do rubbish. Rubbish work I do during work. In between patient, I'll do all kind of, answering email. That's all not important. But at this time, you do creative. We come down and for the next 3 hours until about 7, I start walking to work at 7. I've done 3.5 hours worth of work. And they are creative and very useful. So I wake up early. Nobody who is successful in life woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning. So Robin Sharma came with the 5 a.m. club. Mine's a 3:30 a.m. club. You can call me at 3:30. So this formula is good, Pomodoro. Now, you have a big project. You need to write your PhD thesis. So my PhD was locked down, but my master's thesis many years ago, I took 5 days off and I had a free accommodation in a hotel, Shangri-La Hotel in Kuala Lumpur. I flew in on a Friday night and I came back on the Sunday the next week. In that 5 days, Monday to Friday, I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. continuously. Food was served to the door in my room service. And 7 o'clock, my friend will come. We go out drinking and then come back, sleep, wake up, 5 days, 20,000 word distinction in my master's thesis. That is called a monastic technique. So the monastic technique, that's how the monks. I spent a month in a Buddhist monastery in Bangkok long time ago. It was a mad experience, but it was good. Why they become what they become is because they remove all the sensation. The distraction is removed. So if you've got a big thesis to write, plan it, go away. Why can't you do it in your own house? You cannot do it in your own house because your own house has a lot of distraction. You'll be doing, this one, I'll clean this a bit, especially women, polish this. You are procrastinating. But you're stuck in a hotel, I paid money. Bloody hell, I better make the most of it. And you can work because you don't have to look for food. Food comes to you. So that's why the monastics managed, because everything was taken care. Especially the Buddhists, but don't need to cook what. You just put all the food, people put them in one pot and eat. And then you don't worry about it. You're eating it. So the other thing also cut down. So I now eat 1.5 meals a day. So you need to reduce to 1 meal a day. There is a scientific basis for this. It's not just because it keeps your productivity high. So these are just techniques on how to do. I digress a lot, but never mind. Any questions, comments? It's madness, but my madness that works. So we put it into a book called The Efficient Clinician. We'll give it to one of yours. It's on the system. I wrote it with a colleague of mine. Was the former dean of the medical school in Malaysia. He's a pathologist. He's a couple of years older than me. So we used to disappear to certain countries for weekends, the two of us, and then we just go out eating and drinking. But in the daytime, we would just write. And then we write. So he's an accomplished writer, he's written more than me. And I used to do some work. So I find this useful. So especially you with children and your family and your wife or husband irritating you. So there's one PhD student I'm supervising now. She's based in Germany. And so the husband is German, but she's quite supportive. So I've told her she's very close to finishing a defense proposal, to write the 3 chapters. So I told her to just take a weekend and disappear. She got a 13, 14-year-old son. So let the husband take care of him. You disappear. Then you got nothing to worry about. Because mother is very difficult. Oh, you baby, and they like to look after the kids. So that's one of the practicalities of writing paper. Okay, kids, come. Let's put yours. So he's going to show, he's done some quite nice, I like his proposal. Can I confirm all this was done today only or? Today only, okay? So this works. Go in here, right? Yeah. So just for those who don't know, Kitsri is a general surgeon in the University of Andhra Pradesh. What Andhra Pradesh? What's your? Andhra, see, that's, but he's an endocrine surgeon. Subspecialty is all the endocrine. A very talented surgeon who did his fellowship in Oxford University. He was the first Sri Lankan to go there to do the fellowship. So come, let's have a look. Tell us what you've got.
Parathyroid gland problem, some of you may know. Parathyroid gland is a very small gland in our neck, which controls our calcium levels. So it is very important for our lives. So during the neck surgeries, we can damage the parathyroid. The blood supply to the parathyroid is comes from the very small vessels, which the conventional anatomy book says arising from kind of artery. But even though we preserve during that artery during the surgery, still the parathyroid gland fails. That means the blood supply must comes from some other resource sources. So we can't study on human. In history, the parathyroid is found on an Indian rhinoceros. The rhinoceros was in the London Zoo anyway.
Okay.
So
interesting. Yeah.
So because this rhinoceros is big and the parathyroid also big. So I thought that in Anuradhapur there are lots of elephants are dying naturally. So if we cut open the neck of the natural elephants, we can find the large parathyroid where the blood supply can easily be studied. So that is the whole concept here. So
Can I just stop you there? Because I just want to show you how his thought processes is. So he's a real life surgeon. He's not Android, he's not AI, he's real life. He has a problem. So he has a real world problem, which is while operating on the thyroid gland. So thyroid gland, and near to it is a small little gland that sometimes the eye cannot see. While operating, he accidentally has killed it. And the patient ends up on lifelong medication. And the reason he doesn't know why it is dying, because the book says that it is getting its root, which is the blood supply, from this place, but he's not sure. So he's thinking, why don't I go and cut the elephant up? Elephant is the biggest creature on the earth, and maybe he can. So he has got a real world problem, and a real problem he's now cascaded down to that problem. Sorry, interrupted.
So that is the idea. So I wrote down that idea on the chat GPT. So it gives me this thing. So this is the instruction. Should I read this under too long?
No need to read, just show. So
yeah,
you can take my word for it. This is all making sense because I know anatomy a little bit. Okay.
So that was the introduction. And the methodology was with the ethical consideration. There's a significant ethical consideration here. So I'm planning to take ethical approval from the Rajat University, as well as I think we need to get the consent from the wildlife.
So, okay, ethics. We didn't spend much time. I apologize for it. So I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah.
Ethics is very important. As long as you're collecting data from living beings, so even though it's educational research, they are low risk, but you still need your local ethical approval. This the last paper that last week by Bangladesh, they never wrote. I told them to put the ethics approval code, I mean RX975, whatever rubbish, into the paper. The journal came back and said, where is your ethics approval? No ethics approval, they will not apply. But he is treading on very dangerous ground. He is going to cut up an elephant. So the biomed, there's no human study here, but it's an animal study, but it's a dead animal. So when we do dead cadavers, we have to, when my workshops on dead cadaver, I have to inform the supplier that I will be publishing and I'll be doing research on the cadaver. So that's why, I mean, he's very important. He's going to check with the wildlife because he may not be able to publish this work if there's no approval from the wildlife. Okay, yeah, sorry.
And then the specimen acquisition. So it's basically given by the ChatGPT, and how the anatomical dissection is done. And then photographing, high resolution photography. And also then we need to analyze it comparatively with the existing data about the human parathyroid. So we have discussed about the statistical analysis. As I said, we need to include the size of the artery where it arising from and more details things. And then went on to the literature review. It describes the human parathyroid glands and the parathyroid gland with good literature review, and then came up with the elephant as an elephant, the potential model for improved understanding. There are no literature actually, very much little or hardly any literature in English language about the parathyroid anatomy in elephants.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So
I'm so impressed. I don't know whether he's telling the truth, whether he thought
Yes.
about this later or just today only. Just today.
just today.
Thanks to ChatGPT.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So I think this is a very good quality proposal. My only critique is I will get a vet involved. I'll tell you why. Because when you publish, because this is a highly publishable paper, you're a single author. Single author papers, nobody will publish. Okay, I don't trust you. You're a cheater, you're a liar. I don't have no trust on your data. But this is a comparative anatomy research. You're comparing the anatomy, so you need a large animal veterinarian. And they'll be more than happy. And I would not want you to dissect the neck of an elephant without a vet by your side. Because you don't know, you'll be chopping the neck up. And even though the animal is dead, you must show respect to the animal, right? That's part of the thing. So I just digress a bit. I went for a workshop, first time in my life, about 15 years ago in Thailand. We were operating on fresh cadavers that people have just died. And so we all were so noisy, and everybody, because before the thing started, all talking, all the European people were there. Suddenly the bell rang, and a stream of monks came in, and they had flower on each of the cadaver. And they said prayers and to thank the sentient beings for giving their body for us to learn. After that, the whole day in that lecture, the workshop, everybody was quiet. We were so respectful of the body. So the similar thing, we must show that. So to me, I would find that the value has tremendous value if you include a veterinarian. There are so many of them who will be happy to help you. Nobody will say no. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, when the paper is ready, let me know. I will be happy to read it. Excellent. Anybody else want to share? Come. Volunteer. Sharing is caring. You accumulate great merits for your next life. Just, you have a mini USB, just plug it, or HDMI. You have HDMI or mini USB? HDMI, let me just take it out. Good. Just introduce what's your area. I don't know what your area is. You put it on top of mine. Yeah.
So in the morning also I said this area, this is about data warehousing. I'll tell you the problem here. So this is actually I was doing this research for a while. I was collecting data, but I have never written the paper. That was always put into the backlog and never wrote the paper. So, so today I started the paper. Basically, the problem is this: the background to this is when it comes to teaching in Sri Lankan current teaching practices during O level, A level, EdXL, even at the universities, we teach designing of databases. Then third year, fourth year, we teach them analytical databases, which is totally different methodology that we use for designing data warehouses. But because of the fact that students are so used for the traditional database design, they find it little difficult to move into the new design, data warehousing designs. So therefore, I mean, I have been teaching this subject for more than 10 years. So I thought of how to improve this. So then came up with different strategies like case-based studies, assignments, the teaching, role-playing techniques, competitive-based assessments. So then, I mean, with this, I want to analyze the results. So then today, I started writing the paper with and title is also from ChatGPT, right? So seems a very good title, but the Sri Lanka part didn't came in the title, so that I have to insert. Then the introduction part, I ask 4 questions. First paragraph is to introduce the data warehouse. Second paragraph is to what are the teaching challenges that you have. Then the third question I ask about case, if I remember correct, knowledge, skills, and attitude. When it comes to learning, that's what we try to improve. Then the challenges. So then the literature review also done. Then the methodology. Now, something very interesting. I marked some of them in color. Okay. Now, methodology, these marks methodologies are which I have been practicing. So so even though I got it from the ChatGPT or generative AI tools, I use Gemini, not ChatGPT. The methodologies are from generative AI itself. But then there were a couple of things, not sure whether if you look at this one, which is missing part was the requirement part I did not get from the generative AI. How to analyze the requirement when it comes to data warehousing. That part I did not get. So that's sort of a thing that I need to include. And then, so now the next part is analyzing the data. So I'm ready with the data as well. So next part is, these are my data. Also, there is a methodology. It says have a rubric. Have a rubric for the presentation. So this is a rubric I had. So now what I have to do is map the rubric as a result, as you said, map the rubric with the results. And then in the methodology, generative AI asks for the students' feedback. So these are the feedback. So it's basically what I want to say is, what I did is somewhat matching with what the generative AI generates. But again, as I said, I need to do some more inclusions, which was missing. Probably missing in the sense, not the fault of a generative AI. I may not have asked the right questions.
But I just interrupt you a little
Yes,
bit.
sir.
So that's very important. So what he has said is that it validates what he's doing. Generative AI is validating because he said, "Say this is what you have been doing." So that's good. So that kind of validates it. So you need a little bit of cleaning up. And sometimes you blame the AI. It's not the AI. You ask stupid question, you got stupid answer. So is your questioning. You were not comprehensive in your question. If you have asked it to put that area that it didn't come out, it probably would have come up with that topic, that one topic that was missing.
I could have gone with this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now see, so prompting is a science, chain of thought, skeleton thought, one shot, 0 shot prompting, but it's also an art. He's learning the art now. By trial and error, you see that you are getting better at it. So what's the outcome? Have you ready now to submit for publication?
Results parts is not yet done.
Yeah.
I have to analyze the statistical part. I need to do some box plots and everything that has to be done.
Where are you going to do it? Or you don't have a paid, you got
I
paid
don't, no,
version.
no, I don't have. I'm not rich.
Somebody got a paid version sitting nearby that corner. Go and buy him a 2 nice chai.
Okay.
And ask him to do it for you. So you can use statistics, you can use SPSS, you can use Excel to do it. But why bother when you just throw it here? So when your raw data, so the problem with 3.5, it doesn't accept Excel tables. It only accept words. But when you throw in words, the accuracy of it identifying may be a problem. So if you have a 4, you upload your Excel table to it with all your quantitative data. And then you must make sure your Excel table. So I'm just going to tell you how to prepare your data, your database, right? So you do database preparation for the SPSS. So you have a column here. And then here will be the heading, the name of the heading, and here your participants, right? So this must be clear. So you have participants. This one is question 1, domain 1. This is maybe their satisfaction level, their unsatisfaction or whatever, their free text interpretation or whatever it is. So, or Likert scores. So once you give this label, it understands the numbers, what they mean, each numbers. Then be really lazy. Once you put it in, you ask it, tell me, summarize this data for me and give me what descriptive, what type of statistics would be for descriptive and for inference. So inferential statistics, and see what it does. When it gives you the answer, which seems very logical, then you can ask it, give me a graphical representation of that analysis. Then you'll get a whatever plot or whatever it is. Then, so when you write your IMRAD framework, in the results section, you just report your results. You do not interpret your results in your results section. You just report what you saw. Interpretation is a different level. We're going up towards wisdom. Data to wisdom. Remember? Data and all that triangle. So then you say, use your analysis of this data and write me an interpretation of what this means. And it will give you. So, and if you want inferential statistics, you can even ask it. I mean, it may tell you, this is a descriptive. Then you say, can you give me some inferential statistics? Then it will tell, yes, we can do ANOVA or whatever it is. I mean, I know zero statistics. So obviously, you can go to a statistician, but it's going to delay you. The statistician will take you another 3 weeks before she or he will answer. You can do that here. So that's excellent. Yeah.
Also, so I look at the AI detection report. I'm not sure how accurate these numbers are. It says 3%. So
yeah, that's good. So you're okay with it.
Okay.
The only thing is, if you have the Grammarly, but if you're at university, you should have turned it in.
Grammarly is 5%.
Is it? So
yeah.
that's good. Okay. That's good. 30% is accepted. All right. So yeah. So I think this is excellent. You should be ready by 2 weeks.
Yes,
Ocean,
probably.
2 weeks you must submit for application publication.
Yeah, sure.
No, 2 weeks.
No, that's enough. Just want to add something. I mean,
Okay.
probably might be a cultural thing as well. When I look at my research paper, I don't feel it my research paper for some reason.
Shut up.
I don't know.
Oh,
Probably the cultural thing.
it's satisfactory and sufficient.
Okay.
Right? No need to get too worried about it. I am here. I'm Vishnu. I blessed you. Carry on.
Thank you.
Just like if the guy gave you citation, you take it to train of thought. Maybe I can not just like that. Academic AI detector, whether it's still it is randomly whichever one. The number is very loosely calculated. I don't know if you might like it is while ago. Somebody got 100% AI detector. So I said, okay, fine. Pick up a paragraph of writing that you have done yourself. Right? I don't remember who I was with. And that lady, she picked that up, opened it, looked everything. The number was 40% if I'm not wrong, and that was 100%. So I keep do these exercises, but just take the numbers with a grain of salt.
Yep.
I'd rather you don't at all. You know, it just makes you less confident, but obviously it's sufficient.
So that's a very important point which I failed to. So that's why it's nice to do with people who are talking and then you bring back memory. So Vanderbilt University, isn't it? Vanderbilt banned AI detection software because they found that it was so error. So people who English is a second language, almost all of them get detected as AI detection because the way they write is different. So don't get too excited about it. But plagiarism, you must do the check because that can be the problem. But for publication, you just use these simple things to text. You're okay, you submit. Because worst comes over, they'll kick back to you and ask you for certain things to do. So get it submitted, bring the reviews on. So the peer review process is important. I am very pleased. Excellent. I don't have enough books to give everybody, man. How am I? Okay, next. Andrea, come. Quick. I've been told that you cannot go home till 5 o'clock. Yeah. That is from Size Space.
No, it was entirely written by AI.
Yes.
Why it says?
Oh, no. It wasn't entirely written by AI. AI synthesized it. It didn't create it. So you gave it the various things from the literature. So to it didn't come out. So how do I know? So that's a very good question. So he's saying that this whole thing was done by ChatGPT. But why is he saying? Because ChatGPT didn't ask it, write me an article on this topic. That one it will pick up 100%. You prompted it. You gave it this. I took out this journal article from here. I put this. That's no longer AI written. AI synthesized. AI written. So how do I know it's AI written? So who used it? Kitsi say he used it to answer email. Please don't be an idiot. Don't copy everything from ChatGPT and reply. Because you always said, I hope this email finds you in good health. I immediately know, Machan, you just use the bloody AI to write this. Change it lah. It's bloody rainy in Kandy, isn't it today? How are you, man, bro? And then you rest, then he will know that it's not. So there are certain terms you will come. Nuance. So nuance is a term that comes out from ChatGPT a lot. Or change it. So and you can read it. You'll know for a while that you know. So if I know you, I know you've been writing in bad English, suddenly you're writing in very good English. I know it's AI. I'm not going to penalize you, but don't make it so obvious. So what I would suggest for you to do is once in a while, just write a stupid prompt, easy prompt. Write to me about spring hoppers in Sri Lanka. And then you look at that article, what ChatGPT writes, and you yourself will vomit. This is all bullshit, you know. It doesn't have that humanistic feeling. But when you write about how spring hoppers with coconuts, sambal, is attraction among South Indians or something, then you find that article looks more humanistic than AI. You get a feel about, and you can see, you read an article on the blog, it's all AI. Even YouTube, I can even know the videos that are being created by AI completely. They don't do any work and it's AI created videos. So you get to that level. Okay. Yes, please.
The entire process is rigorous and so cut and dry. At the end of it doesn't make you feel good at all, right? There is no, you start with it, then we get to sort of things. But then at the end of the day,
where's the creativity gone? Yeah. So yes, right? Yeah, very good question. So you turn it down. You turn the temperature to, instead of 0, go to 1. And then you get ideas for creative, like poetry, for stuff. So those who are in social science or qualitative research can get ideas from this. So what it does is it speeds up, it makes you more productive and efficient. So when you're doing quantitative research, you're doing academic, so this is academic writing. This is not a creative writing workshop. I can do one for you, a creative writing using AI also. Because AI will give you the prompts to write on ideas. So what it's doing is creating for you to idea generation. So the creativity here was how to find the question. And because sometimes we don't have the ability to put that sentencing correct, that does it for you. But I don't like it. I push it here till I get finding. It's like telling me my spelling is atrocious. So I let Word spell check for me. So is that making my life less meaningful? I don't think spelling is that important. For a child, it may be. So that's a different story, So that's a different, we're not going to that. Let's stick with this workshop. This for academic writing, there's certain rigor. there's no creativity allowed in that rigor. They're not going to allow you to move out of that. So you follow that. But if you want creativity, I gave you the example of how I did a painting. You know, I failed art in school. The only subject I failed in my whole life was art. So, but I got generative AI to create it. But so it's not so much the painting, it's that prompting created an idea that was quite interesting, and I got away with it. My wife didn't scold me, and she was happy with that very romantic touch of producing that painting. So you are right. So it depends on what you want out of life. If you want to write that novel all by yourself, but you still would have gone through proofing, you use AI to help you do the proofing. So that's still using AI, but the creative process is not altered. So for majority of people who are not linguistically talented to that point of writing beautiful prose and stuff, this helps us to quickly produce our work. So for for academic writing, yes. Okay. Yes. How it can relate to you.
So as I showed you,
Yes.
the applications are so limited.
Yes.
Although my prompt is very clear and like really good, I'm still not.
Yes, because it is so you. Yes.
What's the use of all
The I is social science, person profession.
Yeah, but social sciences are different from humanities.
Yes.
Yeah, I understood. Okay. Your initial question was the kick out of it and how this can help you, or any other person here is in very simple terms. Have you ever thought of the you see a kayak and you see a squirrel going on, you say, I can make a movie on this. I could write a book on it. You're just passing by and you say, who's going to do that all the time for that? But then imagine if you actually could, if you have an idea, you look at movie talking and you say, I could do a qualitative paper on that. Right? And it's qualitative research that nobody's done, or quantitative research, or whatever else, whichever subject. And you don't have the time, or you say, I don't have enough this, or I don't have that angle. Imagine if you could publish on that in a month. And then move on to the next great idea you have. So what generative AI gives us is the ability to focus on the great idea that otherwise are too, we don't always have the time, we don't always have the information. So, so look at it from that angle.
I'm glad you are here. Like I say, all. Yes. Yes. No. So that is where, yes. No. So what's so humanities is a very kind of thing, It's difficult for us who are scientists. So Singapore University was one of the first few universities which put the School of Humanities into medical education. So everybody said, where I got time? I got to study about the heart and the liver. You want me to go and study painting and what the shit? But they found that they became better doctors because it softened their skills. They talk about paintings showing depression and things of that nature. So there is a part. So you also hit one nail. So what she mentioned, that is some of the weaknesses of the generative AI. That's also my weakness. So I can't run a workshop for humanities because I don't have that skill set. I can do for business because I got MBA. I can do for teaching because I got a PhD. I can do for hand surgery or medical, I can do. But certain engineering also I can do because I understand some of the basic. So we are hoping that you will now develop that. So that's why you are here. That's why God sent you here. There's no God, but never mind. Because it doesn't matter. So more is important is that that's why we want you to think about in your subject area, how could I use this? So you can see it is doing something, but it's not satisfying the gap. That's probably because the way I presented the workshop was crap. So you probably need to go in and play with it and say, how can I make this my life easier? And I think it's something that you need to work on. Okay. All right. Who's next? Andrea? Sorry.
Let me repeat once again. So good evening, everyone. This is regarding the university websites. Gaine and myself, we just did this while Dr. Y was teaching us on ChatGPT. So when it comes to university websites, like we know the end user has a different kind of a perspective and expectation, where the service provider, I mean the universities, they should be also able to give what the end users are requiring. So based on that only, we just got this from ChatGPT. Let me just show. So this was a problem statement in the sense like we just put a small sentence saying that like what are the challenges the university websites are, the university service providers are facing when it comes to the perspective from the end user expectation. So with this problem statement, ChatGPT was actually helpful for to get what the research questions are when it comes to the research. And it has given 4 research questions. Then the methodology, like I assume it has given us options for us to select from these.
I don't see some citation, no citations.
Yeah, citations is in the
the way.
intro. Yeah.
Okay.
So with
Yeah,
these,
got-
we were able to build the introduction.
Yeah.
So we just mentioned to give us a few journal article citations, and this is what we got from ChatGPT. But
You
before,
did validate this.
no, not yet as validated, but later onwards, we will be validating and replacing the citations.
yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the dangers of doing this is you forget it. And this can lead you into serious trouble because you forgot to validate that citation. So I never ask for the citation from ChatGPT because what's Gemini would produce by itself. Like I said, it's a bit more reliable because if you submit this to the journal and then they find out the citation, that's a very serious academic integrity issue. So you must be careful. So better to, as you write, clear your citations as you go along. So I just want to add that a little bit of comment. How did it show me the questions? So where did the questions come from? Just trying to understand how ChatGPT is thinking. What's the mechanism? It just didn't come out from plucking in the air. So this came from it looking through all its trillion pages of work that has been done on the digital data. And it looked at things like future research questions with website, with user, with all those keywords. And these were then it synthesized those and gave it to you. So if you want to, if you put that question, you can find an article somewhere that got some relevance to that question. If you search it on Google Scholar. So that's how you can find and then reference it. So it is kind of how you do research. One of the ways to find a research question is to reach future research. Remember, we downloaded that section, the future research section from the synthesis of various papers. So you can do that manually or you do that through the system, the way it created for you. So that helps you find that question. Okay, yeah. So yeah, so to me, this is very, very dry. You got a fair bit of words on it, but it needs a significant amount of work to upgrade it with all citations. So every paragraph has to be cited. Your methodology has to be now contextualized. So what it has given, go through show me your methodology. So you look at the methodology is a very generic methodology, so it's generic. So you need to put back this methodology after you have cleaned up your questions. The questions has to be made relevant to Sri Lanka. So you have to make it. So once you make that relevance and you put back this methodology and say, now rewrite this methodology in accordance to my research question and contextualize it, and you will now see a better methodology. And then it can even give you, so the quantitative part, let me look at the quantitative. Yeah, so quantitative research is just usability testing. So, okay. So it didn't tell me what instrument I'm going to use. Is it SUS? Is it USC? So those are the details that you have. Does it give? It didn't give. Yeah. So it is given. So this, I know it is generated by AI. I look at it, I can tell you, because it is a very generic with no specificity. So the specificity is what you got to ask. So what is the question? So the instrument that you're going to use, and it will give you. So if you ask for usability testing, give me an instrument that is validated. So the two common instruments are use and SUS, Systems Usability Score, and use. So that will give you that. then the data analytics is again very, very vague. So you got to give it the parameters, what are you going to do? So that will come. And sometimes you don't know, I think just now Fahad was asking me, he wants to do a quick study, is to ask it to generate a survey questionnaire for you. So it will generate, but then because it is generated by ChatGPT and is not validated, if you don't find a good validation questionnaire, then that questionnaire, you can validate it. So validating a questionnaire is not that difficult a task. Just catch 30 students, they come here first, look at this question and do a Likert scoring for each of the items in the questionnaire. And once your Cronbach alpha analysis for that is more 0.7, it's a validated questionnaire. So the journals will always ask, if you have created a new questionnaire, was it validated? And just put one line. He said that this questionnaire was validated among 30 undergraduate students at this university, and it came up with the Cronbach alpha 0.7 or 0.8. Anything more than 0.7 is validation. So because you're not doing a validation study of the questionnaire, your study is just a bigger thing. So at least that one line allows the academic reviewers not to disturb you on that paper anymore. They will okay that questionnaire. So that's the way. So if you don't have a good questionnaire, create a new questionnaire. But for this kind of user interface and website thing, use or SUS. So SUS is quite a good one. SUS is a bit more complicated than use. Use is an easier questionnaire to use. So that's why. So you need to contextualize these components of your. Thank you. Excellent. Anybody else want to share any comments? Anybody else want to share their?
Hello, good evening, everybody, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share what I have done today. So this is a thought like I was having, and I used the content shared in this workshop to generate this one. So the title is The Privacy and Data Safety in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. So we are very fond of using machine learning, AI models, but really what we are doing is we are revealing ourselves to the general people who we are. Like our models are more sophisticated and very accurate, and we are very happy about it and generating 99% or more than that. When it comes to the machine learning, you trained your data set and got a model, very accurate. Are we happy? Question. Because when the models are so accurate, we use our existing cloud technologies, maybe the Oracle Cloud Platform, AWS, or whatever the technology available, free platforms, so pay as you go. So very nice services, but unfortunately, we upload our data to those platform providers and get their service and give us a model. So train it and share with our client and ask our client to pay. So the problem here is that are we really validating our data set? Are we really maintaining the privacy and data security in the data we collected from our real users? Right, when it comes to the hospital domain and everything, you know, the patient's data is very sensitive. But when we upload them to the model, like it can be traced back. And by giving the certain information, like that's a predictive model, we give these, okay, so and so is having this much of blood sugar level and other parameters, then you can trace back to that original patient and found out that that patient is having this sickness. So sometimes it is private. So are we ready to use our models and reveal those information to the generic public? So that's the target of this research. It's at a very preliminary stage. Today we had only a few hours to complete it. But by the way, we use the existing very useful tools like you shared with us the ChatGPT and Copilot and SciSpace. So I maintained all these things and got a kind of accumulated the introduction here under the title. So it generated basically this one. So I didn't go through it and didn't have time, to be honest, to finalize this one. And so finally, the literature review. Of course, I was really trying to minimize the AI detective. That's why I asked the question, like I got sometimes 75% and 80%, so that I'm not happy with the plagiarism count itself. It might detect, not so sure. So when it comes to the methodology, like this is what the ChatGPT provided, but I know with the literature I have found this is not, I really want to insert. I need to go through and again refine my search and increase the prompt maybe, or then.
Can I just interrupt? So
Sure, sure.
why the methodology came this way? Because your page prompting is very bad.
Yes, of course.
So you have asked it, it is now giving you the methodology of how to ensure privacy and data safety in machine learning. So you asked it the wrong question. You want the methodology to do research on this, right? So this is you want to do a research.
Yes.
You want to collect data.
Yeah.
You're not doing a systematic analysis.
No, no.
So what it has given you is the methodology of doing data protection. So that is your error.
Yes.
So you should have gone back. So you have done a lot of cut and paste. Literally cut and paste, not without formatting. I can see this is a direct cut and paste. You can see the formatting. So be careful with doing that. So why the high, again, I'll just before I forget, so I want to just interrupt and say, so the high plagiarism is because it's directly a cut and paste. And if you are writing, if you are going to write a major thesis, then that is a long introduction. The introduction cannot be more than 300, 400, 500 words.
It's true.
Maximum. So that need to be cut. So that's a synthesis part that needs to go in. And the methodology, I think if you rewrite it and say, this is the research I want to do. So the prompt should be based on the introduction, all right? This is the research I want to do. So you must tell your population, your intervention, your comparator, your outcome. So you have to be very clear.
Yeah.
Then say, write me a method section to do this research. Or the other alternative is the single shot thing where you use one example of a good methodology done in Europe or whatever. Put it and based on this one, write me a methodology section.
Yeah.
So that's the error.
Thank you.
But it's a good, so now you know, it is because of a prompt that is explaining that. And it happens to me quite a few times. I'm lazy to write a detailed prompt. It gives me rubbish answers.
And I also have the free version, maybe that one of the
So
reasons.
it gives you verbosity. So one of the negative points of generative AI is verbose. It's very verbose. So it writes a lot of stuff and is intoxicated by the exuberance of its own verbosity. But I feel that, so you're showing some points that you should not do. There's another thing I wanted to say.
It's just a draft to be honest.
No. Yeah, it's good in terms of the content. So it's to try and narrow it down. So sometimes now you suddenly have a different problem. I have too many words because generative. So yeah, what I want to say is that you probably have to take paragraph from paragraph and re-paraphrase it or rewrite it. So you write it in your own words. If your language is good, then write it in your own words. Take out this, put this, change words, then it becomes yours. And immediately you can check it and it improves your AI detection and plagiarism. So yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is your title is not sexy, very boring title. So why is that title sexiness important is because you're going to grab attention. That's where people are going to say, hey, this article I want to do. The second thing, if you are writing reviews and where you think your paper is so important that other people need to know about it, is take time in writing your abstract and your search term. You got a meta tagging, 5 keywords to your paper. So if you don't put in the right words, that paper won't come up. And then nobody will cite you. And the reason for cite is not ego, but citation index, it helps with the citation index. So your citation index in Google Scholar, in or Cite and all that will go up, which is important for your promotion. But more people are going to know about the idea of writing is more people hear your story. And so that's why. So carefully crafted terms are very important. And I told you the example of that professor who was very upset that her paper was not included and she was going to be an author on the paper. So I had to intervene because it was somebody else's work and they were bullying the PhD candidate. And I had to intervene. I'm the co-author because I helped to extract the data. So I said, we are following a systematic. The reason you all did come up, you cannot now ask us to change the system and go behind the system and introduce. That is not right. That is not using the proper technique. That means you just, because the search engine didn't find it, you got to accept it. And they didn't find it because it looked to the abstract was badly written. And if you look at the paper, it was badly written. So when you write your abstract, later when you're finished writing a paper, you must spend time writing an abstract. So your keywords in your paper, so data protection, is it ChatGPT, is it generative AI? Choose your words carefully because those are the one. So if you understand search engine optimization, SEO, that is what they go, the web crawlers go there and pull it out. That's how your paper will get cited. And that's how your paper will come up in other people's search. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice. Okay. Anybody else with a? Somebody wants to present? Sir? Railway? Nice one.
Completed.
Completed already. No, completed. Okay. Anybody else? We've got half an hour more to kill. Maybe 1 or 2 people, no presentation. Otherwise, you don't have to force yourself, but there will be people harassing you at the end of this to make sure you finish it. Yep. Anybody else want to make comments, questions? Yeah. Yes. Can I have the microphone? Sorry, yeah. Because I repeat it, then they won't believe me what I say. Must come from your mouth.
Thank you, Professor Ragil and the team to arrange this wonderful workshop. Honestly, I came today morning without knowing what is ChatGPT. I asked Professor Ragil to tell me how to even to go to that website, ChatGPT. I have 40 plus research full papers published, and I have a good citations as well, and I'm a professor in pharmacy. I came today because my students are always talking about ChatGPT and so many this gene AI and all. I have 3 MPhil students, and they continuously telling me about AI, ChatGPT, and I feel sort of belong to all generation because I don't know. I'm in front of them. I feel I'm lost because I have no idea what is AI and how to use AI in academic writing and how to use AI in research. I did my PhD in Sydney University in Australia, and I published 10 papers from my PhD, all manual. I have never used this technology. And all these publications, even as a first author, I have never used this technology, so I have no idea. I was wondering whenever my students are talking about AI. So I'm very thankful for the team for arranging this. I got good insight, I got good idea, and even with your help, I was able to draft a similar kind of a first draft related to my research without producing results. Even it showed me how to make tables. I was so excited to see this progress. So since I'm happy, I'm quite happy now. I can talk to my MPhil students and research students. I'm confident enough whenever they tell me, okay, we are using ChatGPT, madam, this thing. Okay, then I can engage in their conversation. That's a big satisfaction and big success for me attending this workshop. So a big thank you for all of you making this
Can I
event.
ask you one question? Will you use it in your next paper? Because she's an accomplished researcher. She's an accomplished researcher. So that to me to know, would you use it to help you with the next paper?
Yes, definitely. I'm going to buy ChatGPT 4.
I got my commission.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
I don't have any money from them. They'll arrest me in Singapore. They're very strict. But that's a positive outcome for the workshop. Why? Because she's now going to be a more productive, but more important. So I think that's a very important. So we created a module. This is AIAW. We call it AI C-suite. So she's part of C-suite, professors, associate professors, all these high-level people who are embarrassed to say they don't know what is generative AI. Board level members, when the technology people are talking about it, yeah, it's a good idea, but they don't know what it is. So for these people, we have created a module, which we're just getting that going, where we will run the workshop quietly, not in an open place, don't embarrass them, because they are president of companies and prime minister of Sri Lanka. So we'll do it nicely in a cabinet room for them, quietly, so that they become better worse, not for them to use, but at least they know what's prompt, what is chain of thought, they can talk to their people appropriately. So I think that's a good point. I think all academics, even at high level, age is, I'm 100 years older than you. I know more. So it shouldn't be a barrier to you adopting technology. So it's just a matter of, and you realize we don't need to know coding, and it's not that difficult. As long as we know how to string a couple of words together and the thing. So I think it is important that all academics be trained in generative AI competency. That's what we are doing with AIW, AIRE, and AILD. But as students also. So the thing is, now you know when the student submits a paper that is totally that you can on one scan, after doing a few rounds, you can say this one is AI written. Don't penalize them for it. Call them and close the book and tell them, explain to me. What did you learn from this? So if they can explain what you can, how they learn is irrelevant, as long as they learn. So that's the whole purpose of learning outcome. So if you look back the cognitive theory of learning, it is because it's a change behavior, that they have this new knowledge that their behavior has changed. Thank you for that comment. You will have to fill up the, have you got the feedback ready? No. You better put that up while we are, anybody else? Comment, some critical comment, some criticism of how crap this workshop was so that we can make it better. My book will be out in 2 weeks' time. I will send it. There are some books. So mine is quite healthcare oriented, but there are basic principles. So it goes through chain of thought, skeleton of thought, one shot, zero shot. You are today, if you have been following the exercise, you're already a promptologist, a grade 1 promptologist, you're ready. And to me, I've been doing this daily for the last year and a half. I didn't attend any course. And then I write a book about it. Because when you keep using it, you get it by experiential. So it's experiential learning, heuristic learning. So yeah, I think just play with it. And there's no harm. Okay, there is harm. Overuse, okay. What is the greatest downside for generative AI? Anybody? All engineers should know. What's the big problem with generative AI? What's the negative? I'm not talking about the output of it, but using generative AI. What is it? What is it consuming? No. I'm not talking about the interaction between you and that. I'm talking about that machine. So generative AI is sitting on some cloud with data warehousing. Yeah. So the amount of heat generation is consuming water. So the world is not enough water. So that's one of the big things. So I am very careful. I don't use it for rubbish. I don't ask it, what's the best place to eat, idiyappam or something like that. I don't ask questions like that. I ask genuine questions that are going to help mankind. So don't use it unless. Number two, it is consuming a tremendous amount of electricity. So much of electricity that one of the reasons why technology is kind of curbed, it cannot expand. There's not enough electricity in the world. Because we have to give you electricity for you to make your dosa and your idli, and we can't give it to all to industry, because then we can't eat and all that sort of nonsense. So that, and apart from the fact that China is not producing enough computer parts, but one of the rate limiting factors for the development of technology is electricity. And so last year, Microsoft has employed its first nuclear physicist. Why does Microsoft, which is a technology company, gets a nuclear physicist? Because they are going to generate their own electricity just for Microsoft. That's the amount of electricity they are consuming. So these are some of the negative effects. So at one time, now I don't get it so much, but partly because I'm using two or three different platforms. But ChatGPT would stop me. I maybe 3-4 hours, it says, look, go away. Don't come for the next 3 hours. Because one, I'm taking up a lot of bandwidth, the heat is going up. They want to give other people a chance to, because there's a limit to the number of people, even though I'm a paid version. And at one time, thank you very much. Yeah, okay. At one time, I think they're going to increase the price because they blocked me. And then they said, would you like to use more of this? I said, yes. And they asked, how much would I be willing to pay? If you ask me, I'll pay $100, $200 or so I'll pay, because I find it so useful for my productivity and efficiency. But I mean, for you, you have to decide. But I think $20, actually, they are also cheating you. They're asking you to pay them $20 so that they can learn from you. What ChatGPT is not a product yet, no. It's still a beta version, it's a prototype. So they are gaining every time you talk to it. And if you don't ask the second question, it assumes that answer is right. So that's the back end it's happening. If you say, no, tell me this is wrong, why? Then it knows. So that's how there's one part of the workshop, you'll be creating chatbots. So I think in the AIDE and AIHP, where we'll do a chatbot in the afternoon. So the chatbot in the first 1-2 days may not work as well. But if you keep playing with it over a period of time, it becomes smarter and smarter. Because that's called machine learning. That's what it calls. So the machine learns from the responses that you get out of you. Anybody else? Can you please flash this and do the post survey? But anybody wants to make some comments or feedback, please do it then, but you can also verbally give it to us. How many of you, show of hands, would probably not want to use generative AI in your practice at all? How many of you would use it every day if I gave it to you for 20, I mean, like the university bought it for you, paid a subscription every day? So for those who are using Gmail, how many of you using Gmail as your personal account? Most of you. I don't know if you have noticed this. You may not have arrived in Sri Lanka, but it helps you to answer straight away. It gives you AI generated answer to email. You just swipe to the right, it will do, and then you just give it a few points. I can't make it, I'm busy, let's try next week. Then you write a nice letter. Those thoughts, that prompt, that's how I answer email. Irritates a lot of people. Why can't you write proper sentence? No, I can't, busy, that's it. The brevity because we are busy people. But this one makes you more polite. Yeah. Question is, what's the difference between Copilot and ChatGPT 4? So Microsoft, Satya Nadella, owns 49% of OpenAI. By that virtue, they had to share GPT-4 with. So the way to get free ChatGPT-4, not on turbocharge, is to be a paid member of Microsoft Office. If you're a paid member, you get Copilot as part of it free. But it is not an enterprise Copilot. It is a simple Copilot. But I think they are going to let you even look at your OneDrive documents. They're going to allow, because mine I'm allowed to. So the Copilot they created is still ChatGPT-4, but the product, as you can see, is not as good as GPT-4. What Copilot does in terms of depth and theoretical basis. I can show you one of our research, if I have it with me here. I think I have. Let me see if I can open it. So this is a research that we did, which I presented last week at the meeting in Valencia. So we compared Copilot and ChatGPT for creating an educational content for medical students, right? So this, don't worry about the details. So these are the question, how does it do? So we use this methodology, pedagogical approach of scenario-based learning. Some of you also do that. So what we did was we had a standardized prompt. Don't worry. So we put in the standard prompt into both, and this is what was generated by the blue was ChatGPT, and we compared blue and green. Green was Copilot. And this is the output that we came up with. So ChatGPT's output, scenario-based learning. I think some of you may know what scenario-based learning. You give it a real-life world problem and let it come up with the students learn from it and give answers. So you can look at the response from both sides. One is very theoretical, bang, that's ChatGPT. ChatGPT is serious theory, but Copilot, because I was doing this standardized prompt in Singapore, contextualize it to a Chinese patient, Mr. Tan, add that little bit of narrative to give the humanistic. So in that sense, it's more powerful. So we concluded in this study, I won't go to, sorry, I just want to show you this one. So this was created by putting in my Excel spreadsheet. This is a Likert score of usability of this among our users, and it produces the whole box and whisker without having to go to any statistics. So that is there. So this is how we found that, this was some of the changes they wanted. Yeah. So ChatGPT provided a structured, comprehensive management outline, that's for ours, suited for learners needing clear, systematic, clinical reasoning and foundational knowledge. But Copilot is good for learners favoring an application-oriented, real-world, story-like format. So both are good, but each one is for one person and the other one. So these are, we're just waiting to write it up now. So one of my person is too slow. They're using AI to finish writing. Should be submitted for publication by middle of the next week. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Policy that you guys have
About
for-
generative AI use.
especially for the undergraduates. Because in my personal opinion, I think, yeah, of course, this is a good tool as long as you use it rationally and professionally. But I know in our case, more of the time, the students, they try to find the easy way out and get through the things.
So that's a good question. It's a big problem. Huh? So it's not so much under the remit of AIAW. So today we're doing this something outside of AIAW. Singapore is a great example. The first country in the world to adopt AI was Singapore. When ChatGPT became a subscription model, I was one of the first people in Singapore because they went country by country. So I put it in as a alpha user or what, and I immediately pay in February last year. I got in a paid version. Now, they insisted all government servants, all ministers to use ChatGPT. There was an instruction went from the Prime Minister to write their speeches, write their work. They want them to be efficient and productivity. AI leap. So tomorrow, those who are attending AI leap will know what it is. You become very productive and efficient. So that you cannot complain that you don't know how to write a speech. You don't need, everything can be done. But data protection. Singapore is obsessed with data protection. So what they did was, so if you do the other workshop, no, better. I'm not a Western all will know. So this is the universal cloud, right? So Singapore is here. So this is my hospital in Singapore. So my hospital is paperless hospital. I don't have to carry a pen. There's no paper. You see a paper in the clinic, we will all get killed. Everything is electronic. So I'm typing like that, and it irritates them. So what Singapore did was, so this is all Singapore's data coming from this island. They created their own cloud. So all ChatGPT goes here and come back. So nothing goes out because state secrets cannot go out. So they kept it as it's a WAN, isn't it? We call this a WAN, right? The whole national cloud is a WAN, wide area network. Your local area network is here. So it's here. So nothing leaves here. The moment I write some nonsense, it'll kick me back and it will report me to that this bugger is using this to do all this nonsense and I'll go to jail. And I think this part of the governance issue and AI governance. So I wrote a chapter on AI governance in a book. So they put this, and so it is 3.5 though. They didn't pay for it, but now I think they may be going to 4. Singapore schools use AI. Primary schools have used AI successfully and they're rolling out to all children 10 years old. So what is the AI use? I'm not asking them to learn, but as part of the administrative process. So all feedback to children are produced by AI. So a child does bad in arithmetic, say multiplication or something, 5 times table. So the AI will write a feedback to the child and the parent, but no feedback gets posted to the child until a human has looked at it. Just now we talked about the human loop. So they have incorporated this rigorously, but there is an opportunity here for all academics. If now all your students, undergraduates and students are using AI to do their assignment, you have to rewrite assignments. You cannot ask them to write an essay on this because they're going to use AI. So that's where you got to look. So what do we want from our kids, from our learners, is critical thinking. Some governments don't like you to have critical thinking. It's dangerous. If the whole population is the critical thinking, they will not be voted into government. So we need to overcome that. So that's a national policy that keep the education level at a different level. But that's why some people don't want generative AI in everybody's hand. So this is again the Brahmin. So yeah, so I think that the AI is out. You can put whatever policy, I ban AI, don't talk nonsense. It's like toothpaste. Once toothpaste is out from you can't put it back in. It's gone. Nobody can know. So people talk about we have biases, we don't understand how AI works. AI also doesn't understand how it works. You think Sam Altman know how it works? No. So one of the reasons why he was sacked, if you go back and read that, I've written an article about that in my LinkedIn post of Q-star learning. So Q-star learning is a very high level of learning that comes to natural intelligence. In certain areas, you have to admit ChatGPT is cleverer than you. So what do I mean by cleverer? It's a reproduction of knowledge. It's a synthesis of knowledge. It's better than you. But the creative thinking, I'm not talking about your creativity of writing poetry and humanities and things like that, but the creativity of research, the creativity of our academic stuff is still ours. That's how we write the prompts. So it still belongs to us. But the machine are going quite fast. Why they don't understand what's happening is the machine learning is occurring without their knowledge, because that is deep neural networks. And that's why I am a highly qualified person to talk, because I do nerve. So 6 years ago, so then it's important for you to understand this. So the brain, this is the brain, this is a spinal cord, these are the nerves, and this goes to your hand. So I'm a hand surgeon specializing in nerve surgery. So there's a condition stroke. So when stroke happens, one part of the body is gone and you are paralyzed and you're walking like that. So those are stroke patients. So I started getting involved because some people in China have done it. The white people don't believe it. Westerners don't believe. Chinese have been doing it. Because the muscle become too tight. Too much of energy is going to a muscle. So it's called spasticity. So that's why they're like that. So some people would put plaster and try to make it. So it doesn't come. So we decided, somebody said, cut the nerves. So you cut the nerve, you reduce the lead, not 100%, 80% of the nerve. You reduce the strength, it loosens up. So I did the first case about 7, 8 years ago in Singapore, with a lot of trepidations. Patients came back. One guy was an accountant, very articulate fella, who was very well versed in the whole disease process because he's experiencing it himself. He said, Doc, yeah, this is nice. It's a bit looser now. But doctor, my leg is better now. So I said, Dave, what stupid bugger talking. I cut his hand and he's telling leg got better. So my colleague, she said, I think boss, this guy a bit off. So I thought about it. I said, look, he was genuine and he's not bluffing and there's nothing for him to gain to lie to me. But I looked at him, his leg got better because we videoed it. So I went back and I watched the 2 videos. His leg is better. Deep learning. So all this goes back. These are all roads lead to Colombo, right? They all come to the brain. So we have found that in the brain, there's a process called plasticity of the brain. This is deep learning process. So brain is just a network of cells. We join another cell, we join another cell, we join another cell. If this part is broken, the brain is so beautiful. Over the next 6 months to a year, you will find an alternative path to reach Colombo. So if the main road from Kandy to Colombo is closed, you will find another small road village and you will reach there. That is called plasticity of the brain. That's what's happening in deep machine learning. So you are providing the opportunity for the deep language model to start collecting. Every time you put in a prompt, it is remembering the prompt. You are adding data to the database. Everybody sometimes, right, and your prompt answer will be used. That's where the privacy issue comes in. Used by somebody else's prompt to give him an answer. So it's continuously learning. And so we have to accept that. One of the research papers was in Sinhala, you want to do a chatbot in language. So the problem with the whole thing is Anglo-centric. It's only English, right? But very strange, Anglo-centric. So that's a bias. So we created a chatbot, one of my wife's research. And so I said, look, I'll create a chatbot for you. We created, sent it to all the doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals. They said, sir, this is all in English. We only speak Malay. So I used AI to translate to Malay. And we did it and we sent it out and it worked. So there's an Anglo-centric thing. So if I say, don't cry for me, and ask you to say, don't cry, and fill up the blank, you will say, don't cry for me, Argentina. But when I use the word don't cry over, the moment I put in over, all English educated people will say spilled milk. That is AI, that's predictive. So, but it's English. So then I thought in Singapore, we speak Singlish. Singlish, they make English with Singaporean and Chinese, you know. So we have some certain terms. So there's a very nice direct translation from Mandarin. Egg blur, live longer. You can try it. Put it into ChatGPT and see what. So I thought it won't come up with the answer. It came up. It's a colloquial term used in Singapore, which means, what do you think egg blur, live longer means? Just guess lah. The Chinese language is very quite beautiful. Just very economic with words. Egg blur, you know what's egg blur? Live longer. Pretend you don't know, you get away with murder. You'll be more peaceful. So when your boss asks you, where were you? I say, I don't know. No, I don't know where I was. I was busy. Don't tell him everything. So it has learned, even though it's Anglo, but it doesn't know Chinese. But I've created a Malay to English chatbot for validation, for research purposes. So when you validate translations, you're familiar with validation of translation. How do you so you have to translate a document A into this language B, right? So I've got some documents here. This is the outcome. The way to validate is then you have to retranslate, back translate from say this is Sinhalese, this is English. So the Sinhalese document has to then, using the same translator, which can be human or it can be AI, back to this. So now you have a back translated document. This and this must be 90% similar, more than 90% similar. So I've created a bot for Malay to English. So you can create one for Sinhalese. So that's quite. So when we ran a workshop for Dubai, Ministry of Education, so they had a lot of documents that needed to be translated to Arabic from English. There also, they all speak English and Arabic. So we did it and showed them that ChatGPT did rewrite it in Arabic format. And then they validated, they read it and said, yeah, this is perfect. Yeah. So recently, about a month ago, we are working with the Ministry of Science Malaysia for our academic summit. So their director of governance wrote, hey, boss, can I ask you a favor? So I needed her favor, so we have to scratch her back so that I get my back scratched. So she said, I got a 154-page document in English. The Prime Minister wants to read it because he's going to launch the governance framework for AI in Malaysia. And I asked the National Language Board, the whole country's Malay language, to translate from English to Malay. They said it'll take them 3 months. Can you do or not? I said, you give it to me lah. It took her 6 hours to send to me. And I got it done in less than 20 minutes. But I didn't send it back. I sent it next day to her and said, yeah, my whole team spent the whole night. You have to bluff them lah. So when your dean tells you to do, you said, I did it. You do it in 2 minutes, but you give it to him next day. He said, boss, I didn't sleep the whole night. Can I take 2 days off? So we then, he did. And she said, she came back and said, pretty accurate. You got the job done. So all these people's jobs are at stake now. Translators, transcribers. My first qualitative research, which I did about 20 years ago, I paid for 1 hour of transcription, 600 Sing dollars for a student to transcribe, not translation, transcribe the audio file to transcripts. Now I don't pay anybody. So when we run our AI RE workshop, we'll show you how you could use technology to transcribe on the fly. So now we do transcription on the fly. So Zoom can transcribe for you. And so the technology is there to help us. How did I end up here? Oh, your question. What's happened in Singapore? So we are very into AI. Any AI research is up to $300,000 grants available. 300,000 Sing dollar grants.
The policy was mentioned. Was mentioned. So, which university are you? Ruhuna. Okay. Peradeniya, we have put out come up with the policy on generative AI for education and research. It's going to the next Senate meeting. It looks like it's the same sentiment you also have, because when it was brought up, the Senate was. So we hope that other universities, I don't know who else is already doing it. Others will also pick up on it and So it's a more of a positive document with yeah, guardrails, things like ethics and other aspects, but a positive document. Yeah.
So I think APU has got a guideline for AI use. So we encourage AI use. The thing is, you're silly to ban AI. It's like banning TV. When I was in school, my father didn't have TV in the house. You'll become stupid. I mean, I don't need TV to make me stupid. I'm already stupid. But there was banned because we believed that TV was bad for you. But, you know, like computers, people are banning mobile phones in the classroom. Why are you banning mobile phone? When I first arrived in Singapore, I thought they were playing. Actually, they were checking my lecture, whether I'm talking the right thing or not. They were Googling what I'm saying. So what's the big difference? So I think this is all just a matter of time because the decision makers are morons. Sorry, yeah. I hope the decision makers are not here. Because they are not educated on this topic. So they listen to the alarmist. The loudest voice gets it. So all of us start shouting and they do it. And the poor kids who need generative AI to come out of poverty are being neglected. So that's why we are doing this course with no blessing from anybody. We say, you all go and talk about the policy and all that, you all carry on, we just go and teach everybody and we disappear. Because then it's up to you. I consider AI like a knife, right? So we wrote a paper about control of regulation and governance on AI. So Singapore, in a way, has got a right attitude. So as an ethicist, I look at it as a practicing ethicist, both in the hospital level and a national level. So I know something about ethics. So we use the biophysical model, that is the medical ethics, which I think is quite high. So there are 4 components to the ethics. There's autonomy, that means the patient's rights and or the individual's right. There's benevolence, I mean, how much it benefits. What is the danger? What's the harm it does? And the other one is social justice. So when you put that framework, so we put that and we wrote a paper, we're trying to get it validated now, and put it into AI. So AI is just an instrument. So AI causes plagiarism. Who told you AI causes plagiarism? Your mother and father is the cause of your plagiarism. Because this is a value system that was brought up in your upbringing. That to cheat, to take somebody else's thing and claim it on your own. That's what plagiarism is. As long as you cite it, it is not plagiarism. Okay? So that's one important thing. Like a knife, I can take a knife to cut my sushi. I can take a knife to cut my brinjal. I can take my knife to cut a pattern on a cloth. But I can take a knife and kill you. Correct? Is the knife at fault? It's nothing to do with the knife. We don't even know how the knife works. I mean, we know how the knife works. AI is the knife. I don't care about what you do. All you developers, you do whatever you want with the AI. But the moment you kill somebody, I will hang you fellas. Satya Nadella will be hanged. That's why Singapore, they hang people. So then everybody become cautious about the harm it does. Because we want to see what harm is it doing to the stakeholder. Who are the stakeholders? It's the people, our learners and our teachers, the environment. So the environment is a problem, water and electricity, right? So that's one aspect of it that we need to look at. So as long as the users are not being harmed and being benefited, the do good is very high, why are we stopping it? So this is my own personal belief, why Sri Lanka needs it. If I can bring AI to teach people competencies on the ground by themselves, there's a concept, you should go and read this thing. There's a nice video. I think they showed it across in LD. Sugita Mita, I think some of you know, self-organized learning environment. For children, you don't need a teacher. Just give them a computer, broadband, they will learn anything they want. So if we give AI on a laptop to all children in Sri Lanka or anybody in Sri Lanka, give it as part. So in Singapore, every single citizen of Singapore will get $2,000 a year, Sing dollars, to study anything that's approved by the government. You can do photography course. It's called skills credit. It's upskilling of society, of individuals. So if Sri Lanka had this opportunity through Learn or whoever it is, that every child, we can do a pilot, say 1,000 children with this tablet, with Copilot, ChatGPT, whatever, AI, generative AI, and let them carry on the class. And the other one, you give them the tablet, but no AI, but they can go and search the internet themselves and look at the outcome at the end of 1 year. So we are starting on a long longitudinal study in Phnom Penh because the vice chancellor of a medical school is very keen. He says his next cohort would be given AI. And they're going to compare them over 5 years because they have control over them for 5 years or 6 years. They are medical school 6 years. And we're going to see what's going to come up at the end of it. So I think once you give this, and if government's money is used to help them, they will learn, they learn skills, and they will increase their own economy because they're hungry. Hungry people will find knowledge, they'll find food, they'll find money. I better keep quiet. It's 5 o'clock. Okay. So, but yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Those coming tomorrow for AIRE, please come with a question because we're going to write a proposal by the end of 4 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, done already. Please, I'm very efficient here. Everybody done the survey because you won't get a certificate if you're not done the survey.
Thank you very much.